Jays baseball.
Swinging on this. He struck him out with a fastball to finish the ball game.
On the Sportsnet Radio Network.
From Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, the Toronto Blue Jays finish up a fast stop against the Philadelphia Phillies and close out their two-game series. Once again, it's a pleasure to bring you to the ballpark on a gorgeous night here in the Keystone State. I'm Ben Wagner. Back to baseball control is Show Ali. And behind the scenes tonight, Marty Dickerson and Tom Young will help bring you the broadcast. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball, served up by the always game-ready Jack Link's Meat Snacks. Feed your wild side, baseball fans. A wild night on the scoreboard with a combined 29 runs last night. Finished up all blue for Toronto, an 18-11 win, and the magic number is now down to 8 for a postseason berth going into tonight's finale. A dive into all things Blue Jays with Show Ali back at Baseball Control coming up next across the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Baseball is in full swing. Why not enjoy great Pilsner taste from Miller Lite, the official beer sponsor of MLB? 90 calories and 3 grams of carbs per 355 milliliters. Must be legal drinking age. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Welcome to Wagner Field, and here's tonight's starting lineup. Leading off is Armstrong Brilliance, sure to bring colorful Cardinals to your backyard feeder. Up next, Armstrong Jays Blend, the feed that Jays just can't resist. Finally, it's Finches for Days with Armstrong Gold Standard.
You'll be amazed at the action in your backyard when you serve up Armstrong's lineup of premium blends.
We're in for a big game tonight. Fans are tweeting about it already.
Armstrong Bird Food, feeding Blue Jays and other feathered friends since 1986.
Ready for the next level? Looney Dogs Night. This season at Rogers Center, every Tuesday home game is Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. You'll have the opportunity to power up and purchase $1 hot dogs from concession stands around the ballpark.
Hot dogs! Get it right here!
Hot dogs! Get your hot dogs here! No Blue Jays game is complete without hot dogs, so don't miss out on this hot dog of a deal. Looney Dogs Night presented by Schneider's, every Tuesday home game. For more info and tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
Baseball is in full swing. Why not enjoy great Pilsner taste from Miller Lite, the official beer sponsor of MLB? 90 calories and 3 grams of carbs per 355 milliliters. Must be legal drinking age. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
This is it, North Toronto Auction's huge Friday flash sale. It all takes place this Friday, September 23rd from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. online at NorthTorontoAuction.com. You'll find a huge selection of recreational items, off-site vehicles, light equipment, and non-runners. Plus, join us in person Saturday, September 24th, starting at 9 a.m. to bid on cars, trucks, and SUVs for any budget. Plus, commercial and industrial equipment. Preview items in person Tuesday to Friday from 8:30 to 5 p.m. For work or play by the auction way at NorthTorontoAuction.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swinging a line drive, caught by Bichette, lunging out to his right to retire the side.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
Welcome back to Blue Jays baseball. Show Ali with you back inside Baseball Control as usual for a mini pregame show here across the Sportsnet Radio Network. Jays aiming for the sweep today after playing about 5 games worth of baseball last night. That 18-11 roller coaster of a win. Just 2 games in Philly before the 4-game set against the Rays at everyone's favorite stadium, the Trop. But tonight, Ben Wagner will have the call of the game. He is standing by at Citizens Bank Park for the call of tonight's game. First pitch will fly once again at 6:45 p.m. Eastern, 3:45 p.m. Pacific, so it's about 12 minutes from now. Kevin Gausman is on the mound for Toronto. Philly activating Zach Wheeler. He will throw tonight. Wheeler getting activated off the IL after suffering inflammation in his right elbow and forearm. But he will head to the mound for Philly tonight. But before we get to the ballpark for tonight's game and starting lineups, I want you to hear some audio in preparation. I promised this one yesterday, so here we are. Jamie Moyer, former MLB pitcher who racked up 25 years of service time. He was on with Blair and Barker today. Let's hear a little bit of that conversation. The guys, they discussed the idea of Stripling versus Barrios for a potential Game 3 in the playoffs. The idea of winning, losing, and how teams handle that in crunch time. Here's Jamie Moyer with Blair and Barker from this morning.
Barrios makes a lot of money. Stripling doesn't. Do you think that matters?
I wouldn't worry about, I don't worry about the money.
You don't think so?
I really don't. No, I think you go on instinct, and, you may go through past histories. Yeah, you had mentioned that Stripling has done both. Barrios has not. But you know what? Comes a time and a place where when you get to the playoffs, you're going to ask people to do something that they might be a little uncomfortable with. And look, we all know that sometimes when you're pushed to that uncomfortable level, you all of a sudden you excel. But you don't know that until you get that opportunity. For me, it's about preparation. How are we preparing for this? Right? Who's best prepared? And as a manager, I think you should know individually how each, going through the course of the season, you have a pretty good idea. If you don't know firsthand, you know from your coaching staff, because I'm sure, managers are relying on their coaching staff for information as well. Who does prepare well? Who is prepared?
When you played, what told you your team, the team you were on, what told you that it was ready for the playoffs?
I think the mentality of my teammates, how we handled winning, and more importantly, how we handled losing. And, and what we learned, to me as a baseball player, you learn more from the negative experiences than you do from the positive experiences. So how do you deal with adversity? Did you just lose a tough game, or are you going through a streak where you've lost 7 out of 9? How are guys handling that? Who's dealing with it well? Who's not dealing with it well? And I've had many teammates, every at bat, if they didn't get a hit, they went crazy, right? But that was just the competitiveness in them. And some carried it onto the field on the defensive side, and some didn't. So you learned, okay, this guy's wearing it on his sleeve and he can't let it go. Or this other guy, he's angry, he's frustrated, but he's let it go because he knows there's 2 sides to his job, not only the offensive side, but the defensive side. And it's those guys, for me, those guys that want to compete on both sides of the field, or both sides of the ball, or both sides of the lines, call it what you want. That's the guy I want in my bunker.
That's Jamie Moyer, former Major League pitcher, on with Blair and Barker earlier this morning. You can catch the full chat wherever you grab your favorite podcast. And don't forget, B&B have Jays Talk tonight after the final out as well. I think last night's start, by the way, it was a rare shaky start for Stripling. I'm not so sure any of us media fans, etc., are holding that against him. He's been so good for so long, essentially all season. So I'm still on Team Strip for the playoffs should a potential Game 3 need a starter. Let's hear one more tidbit from their show this morning, Blair and Barker again. I really enjoyed this conversation. Raul Ibanez, former left fielder and now the Senior Vice President of On-Field Operations for Major League Baseball. He was on with the guys today as well. They discussed the new rules coming to the league next season, including one I am very, very curious about, the pitch clock. Let's hear Blair, Barker, and Raul Ibanez discuss from earlier today.
How are guys going to prepare for the pitch clock? And I'm not just talking about pitchers. I'm talking about hitters. I look at the Blue Jays, and they've got some guys that like to make sure the gloves are tight. No, they're not tight enough, and I got to tighten them again. And I mean,
you wait for me.
I grew up covering the New York Yankees, and Derek Jeter didn't always necessarily speed the game up. Are guys going to have to just get used to it? Because I don't think you can practice that in the off season, right? You can't practice your walk-up routine in the off season. And I think people have some concern about, tie game, 9th inning, home plate umpire is going to call somebody and it's going to decide the game.
Yeah, I can tell you that how I think you absolutely can prepare for it during the off season. If I were playing, I would certainly do that. I'd go through simulated at-bats to just get accustomed to the cadence and the tempo and the rhythm of the batter's box and what's going on. To be honest with you, if I go back in time and, it was like facing Cliff Lee, he worked really fast. Mm-hmm. So he kind of sped up your tempo anyway. So you do, there is going to be an adjustment period. But I don't think it's going to be as profound as or as difficult an adjustment as we think. Over time, guys will adjust and adapt. These are the best players in the world. And I strongly believe that the most adaptable players in the world, baseball players, have to constantly adjust and adapt anyway in the batter's box. There's so many different variables going on with the pitcher positioning. You have to adapt from pitch to pitch. I think that there's going to be an adjustment period. You can prepare for it during the off season. There's a lot of time to prepare. And spring training is going to be the real time to do it in game, to really adapt and adjust.
What will you be looking for in spring training when it comes to the pitch clock? One thing.
I didn't, to be honest with you, I've seen these games played. I think we tested these rules in over 8,000 minor league games, and I do recognize that the minor leagues are different than the big leagues. But one thing that I really enjoy about the pitch clock is the crispness of the game and the frequency of action. It's not really about the overall time of game. It's more about the pace of play. And I think that overall players are going to find this change as a very favorable change, not just to their own game, but to, the quality of play. There's a lot more, when a guy works fast on the mound, you tend to be ready defensively. You're getting ready, you're getting set, you're staying engaged and focused. And one thing that I think you'll see an increase of is athletic plays on the field because of it.
Well, I'm interested in your move from a player being a player into the commissioner's office. What's been the most surprising thing to you about the commissioner's office? About not necessarily just about the job you're doing now, but maybe something you may have had some preconceived notions about what goes on in the commissioner's office, and those notions may have been shown when you got there to be wrong. What's kind of been the most surprising thing?
That's a really good question. I think that I had no idea how deeply people loved the game and cared about the game. Everybody who works at the office, they not only do they love the game, but they love players. When players come through the office, everybody lights up. They get really excited about it. And I would say that, once you get behind the scenes and in the trenches of all of these things, I've been really pleasantly surprised by the camaraderie and the collaboration and the appreciation for how difficult the game is to be played by the players. So I used to think it was differently, and it was different. And now what I learned is that people are really transparent and honest and want what's in the best interest of the game of baseball, and their appreciation for the players and how hard the game is to play.
What do you think makes a good player in September and October, a good clutch player?
I think one, it's the mindset. You have to love being in that moment. We all dream about it in the backyard, but once you get into the moment, I think it's a matter of maintaining the balance and the internal tension between, being hyper focused and aggressive and also staying calm. And if you can stay in that balance, that internal balance, there's no better feeling. Everything gets really, really quiet. Even though it's a full ballpark, it gets really, really quiet. And you get locked into that zone where it's just these special things happen. So I think, being able to control the emotions, while maintaining internal calm, that's the balance that you want to try to achieve as a player.
When I say the name Aaron Judge, what do you think?
I mean, monster. This guy is he's not just a power hitter. Clearly he has an opportunity to win the Triple Crown, but just an athlete, all around athlete, above average defensive player, a guy that could hit the ball to all fields, a guy that could really, really hit. And here's my favorite part about Aaron Judge is when I think of him, I should have said gentleman. He's a professional. He's conscientious, really cares about the fans and his teammates and about winning and about all the right things. I mean, he's definitely one of the faces of our great game.
That's Raul Ibanez on with Blair and Barker earlier today, chatting about Judge, the pitch clock, the various rule changes coming to Major League Baseball. I highly suggest catching the full chat, if at all possible, especially in advance of those rule changes coming next year. I really do wonder how the pitch clock and the banning of the shift will affect the Jays next year. They shift a whole as a ton. When you compare to the rest of the league, here's some stats courtesy of Shai Davidi. Defensively, they employed shift in 54.4% of all plate appearances per StatCast, more than any other team in the majors, well above the average of 34%. They've also shifted right-handed hitters a big league high 47.6%, more than double the average of 20%. The Blue Jays also far more aggressive in using four-man outfields, as we all know, deploying them in 238 plate appearances. That's again from StatCast data, more than double the second place Tampa Bay Rays, and they've done it 103 times. Here's the interesting thing. Shifting is less common against hitters themselves. Biggio, for example, gets shifted against 83.4% of the time. Jackie Bradley Jr. 64.3% of the time. George Springer at 60.1% of the time. So I imagine they will all have the field open up for them. Santiago Espinal, Vladdy Jr., Teoscar Hernandez, Lourdes Gurriel Jr. have all been shifted in 11.3% of the plate appearances or less. Bo Bichette has been shifted just once all year. So what will the shift look like when Bo comes to the plate? I'm not sure. The changes are obviously going to have some kind of marked effect on the Jays of 2023, both positive and negative. Biggio, for example, will get a few more hits a year. I imagine Springer will as well. So it'll be fascinating to see what the lineup looks like, maybe a few points higher than everyone's batting average. Anyway, it sounds like we're ready to go. Let's get you down to the ballpark for tonight's game. Gossman, Wheeler is your mound matchup. Here's our very own Ben Wagner with the call of tonight's game in the city of brotherly love.
Well, we are certainly feeling it tonight's show as the Toronto Blue Jays meet the Philadelphia Phillies to close out a short 2-game set. Blue Jays were feeling all sorts of good at the plate as well, love or not, with 18 runs plated last night on a wild night offensively that included 10 extra base hits, including a 3-run home run from Jackie Bradley Jr. and the guy that got it all jump-started, Matt Chapman, that put the Blue Jays in front in their first at-bat, 3-0. Now it's time to close out this short 2-game stint in Philadelphia on an absolutely gorgeous night here in PA. Let's get to the starting lineups brought to you by Timber Mart, where you're not only going to hit a home run, but you're sure to make it up on your next home improvement project. For a great selection of renovation products and quality brands, Timber Mart has all the bases covered. Timber Mart is Canada's building center. For the visiting Blue Jays tonight, the center fielder is George Springer. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., the first baseman, bats second. The shortstop, Bo Bichette, hits third. Alejandro Kirk, for the first time in 8 days, returns behind the plate. He'll do the catching tonight after nursing a little bit of a sore left hip. Kirk in the cleanup spot doing the catching in front of Matt Chapman, who blasted his 27th of the season last night. He's at third base. DHing tonight, Teoscar Hernandez. Raimel Tapia is in the left field. Santiago Espinal, the second baseman, will hit eighth, and Whit Merrifield, the right fielder, rounds out the card for manager John Schneider and the Blue Jays that equaled their high water mark of the season last night with their 18-11 win. Yes, that's right. 18-11 was the final score in a marathon that finally concluded after 3 hours and 41 minutes. 84-64 are the Blue Jays. Kyle Schwarber, Rhys Hoskins, Bryce Harper in the top third of the Phils order. JT Realmuto, Alec Baum, Bryson Stott, then Gene Segura, Nick Maton, and Matt Vierling will round out the card for the homestanding Philadelphia Phillies. They welcome back the right-hander Zach Wheeler, who rocks into the windup, and his first pitch of the night is a fastball on the outside corner and strike one on George Springer. 2 for 5 with a double and an RBI last night, and the Blue Jays win. Toronto is trying to get to 21 games over the 500 mark, a spot that they have not been since 2015 when the season concluded and the Blue Jays were plus 24. Wheeler misses a little bit low, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Springer. A .262 average, 21 home runs, and 67 driven in. The pitch. Right at the knees on the outside corner, but no strike call from Chris Guccione, the home plate umpire. Wheeler has made a living, whether it be in New York or right here in Philadelphia, with a pitch like that at 99 miles an hour on the bottom outside corner. The 2-1 pitch from the right-hander is on the inside edge. Springer had an idea. He was revved up, had everything moving forward, and then just held the bat back. And the count evens up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Zach Wheeler's return off the 15-day injured list, making his first start since the middle of August. The 2-2, broken bat grounder in the middle of the diamond, past the shortstop side of second base, picked up by Segura, the second baseman, thrown to first in time, and Springer is retired, leading off the ball game. It is absolutely gorgeous here in Philadelphia tonight. I mean, stunning. 6:48 with the first pitch, 82 degrees Fahrenheit. That's 28 Celsius. Not a lot of cloud cover, just some feathery clouds up above as the sun sinks out beyond the massive video board and light standard, high over the fence and seats and the 2-deck stadium facade out there and left. 1 down for Vladdy. Fastball's inside from Wheeler. Guerrero goes 1 for 6 last night. in the first of 2 games against the Philadelphia Phillies. His average sits at 280 on the year. 34 doubles, 29 home runs, and 85 driven in. The 1-0 pitch. Ground ball to the right side. To Hopper. Handled easily by Segura. Thrown to first in time. 2 up and 2 down. Blue Jays have won 23 of 33. That's the reason that they're 20 games over the 500 mark. And they have had tremendous returns under their manager, John Schneider, since taking the helm. 60 games in as the leader of the Toronto Blue Jays. John Schneider is 38 and 22. It's the best mark ever by a Blue Jays manager in his first 60 games. Took the leadership role at the beginning of July. First team that he matched up against, the Phillies. Here's Bo. Fastball is down and away. I asked John Schneider about that yesterday. He said it was a whirlwind day taking over in the middle game of a series against the Philadelphia Phillies for certain. The 1-0. Line drive off to the right. 1 ball and 1 strike. And the Blue Jays skipper said there was a lot going on in a short amount of time. He found out that he would be taking the reins prior to noon after Charlie Montoya was relieved of his duties. Casey Candel, he knew was on his way, but had to travel from Des Moines, Iowa, after also getting that late morning phone call about the shift in leadership. The 1-1 pitch. Line drive into left field, a base hit for Bichette. Blue Jays have a 2-out base runner here in the first. He said, so there was a lot of collaboration going on in the early afternoon hours, getting to game time, a lot of stuff that John Schneider never had to worry about, including handling the media, orchestrating a couple of things operationally behind the scenes, meeting with the team. And once again, after that shift, and then, oh, by the way, there was a ball game at 7:07 that night in downtown Toronto. Blue Jays won his debut, and now are certainly surging through September. Runner at first, 2 out for Alejandro Kirk. Pitch by Wheeler. Fastball muscled up the right field line, out of play. And that's strike 1 on Kirky. Blue Jays last night scored in 8 of their 9 at-bats. Pounded out 21 hits, 10 of them for extra bases, including 2 home runs. 8 doubles. And 6 different times when the Blue Jays came to the plate, they started an at-bat with a double. Most in franchise history. 0-1. Broken bat. Shards everywhere. Weak grounder down to third. Baum gobbles it up, throws on to first in time. Kirk retired. And many, many splinters around home plate in that third base area as the Blue Jays are retired on the ground. No runs, a single, 1 man left. Our first half inning in the books. Kevin Gausman heads to the hill for Toronto right after this, with Blue Jays baseball served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Chicagoland, build the life you want with Great Lakes Credit Union. Live life on your terms and get great rates with free checking, certificates, auto loans, mortgages, and more. When you bank with GLCU, you're banking to support your community. GLCU is in your neighborhood and giving back through volunteering, grants, and partnerships, and offering free housing and financial counseling to those who need it. Visit glcu.org for details. Federally insured by NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
This September, Chicago Gourmet is going Uberboard. Join host Chef Sarah Gruenberg for Prost in the Park, a new Oktoberfest-style event with chef takes on classic German delights, Upa bands, fun cocktails, and delicious craft beer. From familiar favorites to a big collection of local craft breweries, get ready to toast at this Sunday Fun Day on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Prost in the Park, Sunday, September 25th. Tickets at chicagogourmet.org. Presented by Performance Food Service.
What would you do with an extra 20 hours a week? How about 40? Get part-time or full-time help with a virtual assistant from the room. Trusted by entrepreneurs, executives, even busy families. The Room's virtual assistants are trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Work smarter, delegate more, and get your time back. You have a lot more programs to listen to. Visit trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
Hernandez, and you're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on Sportsnet Radio Network.
We're in the first inning, being brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Bring nature to your backyard with Armstrong, feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com for more. Fun time to be around the ballpark, especially around these hot-hitting Blue Jays, and a month of September where they have gotten outstanding pitching. And that's a reason why the standings update presented by Bet365, the world's favorite sports book, includes magic numbers. For the Philadelphia Phillies, it's down to a dozen. The Blue Jays have a magic number of 8. Between a Blue Jays win and a Baltimore loss, that's how you get the magic number for an opportunity to take a step into the postseason. Blue Jays on the top spot of the American League wild card race. They're 5.5 games back in the American League East. Thought they were going to knife into that division deficit last night, watching the out-of-town scoreboard with the Pittsburgh Pirates looming in the 9th inning to knock off the New York Yankees. Here's Kevin Gausman going to work on Kyle Schwarber, and the right-hander's fastball's outside for ball 1. Aaron Judge, though, led off the bottom of the 9th inning in the Bronx, hit his 60th home run of the season, becoming the 3rd ever New York Yankee to do so. The 1-0, swing and a miss by Schwarber, 1 ball and 1 strike. And then, as the deficit started to whittle down, the Pittsburgh Pirates absolutely unraveled, serving up a game-winning grand slam to Giancarlo Stanton in the bottom of the 9th inning. So the difference between the Blue Jays and the Yankees stays at 5.5. Pitch low from Gausman, 2 balls and 1 strike on Schwarber. Blue Jays are up 2.5 games overall in the wild card over Tampa Bay and Seattle. The Orioles are 5 games back in the wild card race. 4-man outfield against the left-handed batting Schwarber, who swings and lobs it out of play up from left field line. Now 2 balls and 1 strike on Schwarber. Last night became just the 3rd Philadelphia Phillies outfielder to hit 40 or more home runs. He is now one of 7 Phillies all time to slug 40 or more. It's been a long time coming. Here we're looking for that kind of pop in Philadelphia. Nobody has hit 40 or more home runs since Ryan Howard did it. 2-2, swing and a miss, and Schwarber is down on strikes. Nice start for Kevin Gausman, who's looking for a bounce-back performance tonight. Last couple of outings have been a little rocky for him. Over the last 12 1/3, 14 hits, 10 earned runs, and 4 home runs. Rhys Hoskins, the batter. Righty on righty with Gausman, swinging a foul back. That's strike 1 on Hoskins. A 248 average. He's got some pop with 28 doubles, a couple of triples, and 28 home runs. 72 driven in for the first baseman. Blue Jays and Phillies are scoreless in the first. Gausman kicks and deals. And the fastball's low. 1 ball and 1 strike on Hoskins. When you think about the big boppers in the lineup for the Philadelphia Phillies, of course, you have to start with Bryce Harper. But this is a missed season for Harper after a broken thumb at the end of June. This is just his 21st game back off the IL. 1-1 to Hoskins. Meager swing at the slider. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Kyle Schwarber's got the 40. Hoskins the 28. Harper's at 17. JT Realmuto with 20 home runs. That's a new career high for him. 1-2. That's low. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Hoskins. Outfield playing straight up. The infield is back pretty much straight away. Santiago Espinal shades towards the middle of the diamond from second. We'll take you around the horn in a second. As Gausman sets on the 2-2. Tapped away foul at the plate. No surprise, the potential Gold Glove winning third baseman for the Blue Jays is Matt Chapman. He's on the hot corner with Bo Bichette, checking out that big video board at left. The shortstop working up the middle is Santiago Espinal. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. tilts the cap back, now tugs it down tight over the dreads. He's off the line and deep at first. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Got him with the splitter. Back-to-back strikeouts for Kevin Gausman to open his night in Philly. Outfield-wise for the Blue Jays, Raimel Tapia is in left field with George Springer in center. Teoscar Hernandez, the right fielder. And when I inadvertently wrote down Teoscar Hernandez, Whit Merrifield is the right fielder tonight. Beats in the background for Bryce Harper. A .298 average, 17 home runs, 57 driven in, and a huge chunk of time on the injured list, rehabbing from a broken thumb after being hit by a pitch in San Diego at the end of June. The pitch, the left-hand batter, bounce to the plate. That's ball one on Harper. Phillies have dropped 5 in a row, and they are panicking here in the city of brotherly love. They need to get it rolling in September. They have watched September fade away in the past 4 years. The 1-0, fouled back. Good rip by Harper. 1 ball and 1 strike. Dropping 5 in a row. A record of 80 wins, 67 losses for the Phillies. They do own a magic number of 12. After a 6-0 Milwaukee win against the Mets today, it's a 2-game lead in the National League wild card. One. Check swing at the fastball, takes it high. 2 balls and 1 strike. Top spot's going to go to Atlanta. They've got a 12-game lead, already clinching a postseason berth. The Padres have a 1.5 game cushion over the Phillies and the Brewers. Atlanta, San Diego, Philadelphia, those are your top 3 teams with a wild card contention. 2-1. In the air up the left field line, twisting out of play. 2 balls and 2 strikes. We're coming to you tonight from the Crown Rust Protection broadcast booth. Protect your vehicle with Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Book your appointment today. Crown, protect, maintain, save. Blue Jays and Phillies are scoreless here in the first. Gause with a chance to fan the side. The 2-2 to Harper. A little bit low. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Now on the third batter of the ball game for the Phillies. JT Realmuto standing out on deck. Harper stares out. And the payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Swing and a miss? Or did he foul it off? It's a miss. Harper hovers in the batter's box saying that he fouled that ball off. Chris Guccione, the home plate umpire, examines the knob of the bat, looks up the handle, and then to the spot where Harper is pointing at the very end of the barrel. Harper is contesting that he fouled that pitch off. The Blue Jays are walking off the field. And the home plate umpire, now in conversation with Robbie Thompson, the manager of the Philadelphia Phillies, out to defend perhaps his hitter. Well, looking at the replay that Sportsnet TV just showed us, I don't think that there was contact made at all. The side is retired after a little bit of a disgruntled hitter. Harper officially down in the book as a strikeout. Gausman fans to the side. We're going to the second with no score. This is Blue Jays baseball served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Chicagoland, build the life you want with Great Lakes Credit Union. Live life on your terms and get great rates with free checking, certificates, auto loans, mortgages, and more. When you bank with GLCU, you're banking to support your community. GLCU is in your neighborhood and giving back through volunteering, grants, and partnerships, and offering free housing and financial counseling to those who need it. Visit glcu.org for details. Federally insured by NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
This September, Chicago Gourmet is going Uberboard. Join host Chef Sarah Gruenberg for Prost in the Park, a new Oktoberfest-style event with chef takes on classic German delights, Uba bands, fun cocktails, and delicious craft beer. From familiar favorites to a big collection of local craft breweries, get ready to toast at this Sunday Fun Day on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Prost in the Park, Sunday, September 25th. Tickets at chicagogourmet.org. Presented by Performance Food Service.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Tapia is streaking around the bases, and he's going to end up with an inside the park grand slam!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan.
We're going to the second inning, being brought to you by Miller Lite. Baseball is in full swing, so why not enjoy great Pilsner taste from Miller Lite, the official beer sponsor of Major League Baseball. 90 calories and 3 grams of carbs per 355 milliliters. Must be legal drinking age. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. No score. Blue Jays and Phillies. Matt Chapman takes the first pitch from Zach Wheeler. That's a called strike. Big night for Matt Chapman. Another homer for the Blue Jay third baseman last night. Takes a fastball down the chute, and it's 0-2. Home run number 27, which was last year's home run output with the Athletics for Chapman. The 0-2 from the right-hander. Fastball fouled back. Stays 0-2 on Chapman, who went 2 for 4 with the home run. A first inning 3-run home run for Chapman. 3 home runs in the last 4 games. A stark turnaround from the prior 25. The 0-2. Just outside at 99 miles an hour. 1 ball and 2 strikes on the third baseman. This recent surge started on Friday with a couple of home runs against the Baltimore Orioles. A big home run last night. 1-2. Blowing away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. No home runs in the prior 25 games for Matt Chapman. It was quite the drought. He'd been producing, though. 2-2. Fouled away to the right. When you look at a larger sample size for Matt Chapman, going back to the start of June, and you can make the numbers and arbitrarily pick any day you want, but going back to the beginning of June, and specifically June the 5th, Matt Chapman has posted a Blue Jay best slugging percentage and OPS. Not just for himself, but for the entire team. 2-2. Takes high at the hands. 3 balls and 2 strikes. The slugging percentage checks in at .522. The OPS is at .862. And since June the 5th, nobody has had better numbers than Matt Chapman. And yes, that is including the unbelievable September for Bo. 3-2. Ground ball bounced down to third. And between hop handled by Bohm off the left side of his body. Throw on the inside. Good stretch by Hoskins. Gets Chapman 1 down. Here comes Teoscar Hernandez. Teoscar's DHing tonight. Wanted to keep that bat in the lineup. He definitely has a bum wheel. More than a month, he has been nursing that sore left foot, taking impact on 2 foul balls, going through x-rays and imaging. Didn't look like it last night, though. Pitch from Wheeler. Fastball's down and away, ball 1. Couple of doubles on a 4-hit night for Teoscar Hernandez. Most hits that Teoscar has had in a single game since he posted a career high 5-hit performance against the Rays last September. A 1-0. Pops the glove, but missed outside. Hernandez in front, 2 balls and no strikes. Blue Jays and Phillies sit scoreless. Wheeler deals the 2-0. Fastball's low. 3 balls and no strikes. Zach Wheeler returns for the first time since August the 15th to the Philadelphia Phillies rotation, and there was no question that he was going to join a 5-man rotation in Philly once he was healthy enough to return after some soreness in the forearm. Hernandez takes all the way on the 3-0. Fastball paints the outside third. Right forearm tendonitis is how it was posted on the injury report. A layoff for more than a month that also altered the rotation, which had a good plug-and-play arm in Bailey Falter. 3-1. Fouled back. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Bailey Falter was somewhat of a surprise for the Philadelphia Phillies, including their manager, Rob Thompson. The Sarnia native didn't really have that big of a decision to make. Even though the Phillies went out and they acquired Noah Syndergaard, they knew Zach Wheeler would be on a limited pitch count and innings limit as he worked himself back into the rotation here and built up. 3-2. Off the fist, a humpback liner played on a soft bounce at second by Segura. Easy toss to first. 2 away. Blue Jays have only had the 2-out single from Bichette back in the first inning. They're scoreless with the Phillies here in the second. How good was Bailey Falter? A perfect 5-0 over his 6 starts, spanning 34 1/3, a 234 earned run average. And a guy that the Phillies went out and acquired from Los Angeles, and Noah Syndergaard, took the news like a professional. Robbie Thompson was telling us yesterday, he said, it's a tough conversation. Anytime you have to move somebody out of a traditional role, or let alone a role that they expected to be in the rest of the way here. Raimel Tapia steps in. Fastball's down and in from the right-hander. That's ball 1. But much like kind of the rhetoric that we've heard from John Schneider, Robbie Thompson was echoing it. This time of year, it's about winning ball games. 1-0 to Tapia. Shoots it out of play to the left. 1 ball and 1 strike on Tapia. Raimel once again making his mark in the Blue Jays lineup last night. A double and a triple for Toronto. Went 2 for 6 at the dish. 1-1. Ground ball foul in between the bag and the coach's box. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Tapia. Average of 260, and he might have his playing time knifed into at the start of next week. Lotus Gurriel Jr. is expected to be active off the injured list come Monday against the New York Yankees. 1-2. Swing and a miss. Fastball got Tapia. First strikeout of the return for Zach Wheeler. A 1-2-3 second. Inning and a half gone by. Nothing across in Philly. This is Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Chicagoland, build the life you want with Great Lakes Credit Union. Live life on your terms and get great rates with free checking, certificates, auto loans, mortgages, and more. When you bank with GLCU, you're banking to support your community. GLCU is in your neighborhood and giving back through volunteering, grants, and partnerships, and offering free housing and financial counseling to those who need it. Visit glcu.org for details. Federally insured by NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
Get ready for Chicago Gourmet. This September 22nd through 25th, Chicago Gourmet is creating a stir with a weekend of spirited events, serving up delicious food, premium wines, spirits, and beer. Join world-class chefs Rick Bayless, Stephanie Izard, Danielle Boulou, Sarah Gruenberg, and more for gourmet fun on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Tickets will sell out. Get yours today at chicagogourmet.org. From the Illinois Restaurant Association, Southern Glazers Wine and Spirits, and Choose Chicago.
If you're looking for unrivaled insight, analysis, and opinions on all things Blue Jays, you'll certainly find it Monday through Friday, weekdays 10 to noon Eastern with Jeff Blair and Kevin Barker. You can watch them on Sportsnet 360, listen on Sportsnet 590 The Fan, or wherever you get your favorite podcasts, including Apple, Spotify, or any platform. Blair and Barker will host Blue Jays Talk after the ball game tonight. Ben Wagner with you from Philly. No score. Blue Jays and Phillies. JT Realmuto will lead off the home second. Kevin Gausman goes to work, and a splitter is cut on and missed for strike one. JT Realmuto batting .278, 24 doubles, 5 triples for the backstop, and 20 home runs. Gausman ready. And the 0-1. Poured over for a called strike. Third time of the career for Realmuto. He's got 20 or more homers. First go around with the Phillies, a career high in 2019 when he mashed 25. 0-2. Tapped away foul at the plate. '20th home run of the season last night for the Philly backstop. It was a big night for him in a rather bleak performance by the Philadelphia Phillies. Scored 11 runs, but they looked ugly doing it. Blue Jays and Phillies were in quite a wild one last night. 18-11 the final. The 0-2. Realmuto swings and misses, and he's retired on strikes. The first 4 coming up, the first 4 into the glove for Kevin Gausman. I'll bring up the third baseman, Alec Baum. Baum missed that trip to Toronto when the Blue Jays swept the Philadelphia Phillies earlier in the year. He was out with a dislocated thumb. Big third baseman, 6 feet 5 inches. Swings at the first pitch from Gausman and loops it into shallow center. A base hit. Snaps a streak of 4 strikeouts in a row to start the night for Kevin Gausman. Blue Jays right-hander on the hill. 29th start of the season for Gausman. Last time out, he took a losing decision against the Tampa Bay Rays where he allowed 5 runs on 6 hits. Worked himself into the 7th inning. Struck out 7, issued 1 walk, but the 5 runs hung the L next to his name. Blue Jays had nothing going offensively, blanked 11-0 by the Rays. Bryson Stott, the batter. Pitch is fouled off to our left for strike 1. Gausman gets the finale here in Philly. Jose Barrios gets the opener against the Tampa Bay Rays tomorrow. Blue Jays begin their 4-day stay at the Trop. After tonight, the Blue Jays will know which way they're heading, whether Mitch White or Alek Manoah will take the ball on Friday. 0-1, fouled back. No balls and 2 strikes. If Mitch White throws on Friday night, Alek Manoah will go on Saturday and then flip-flop the scenario. If it's Alek Manoah, then to Mitch White. By all indications, and then the rotation starts over again. Ross Stripling, and then the finale against the Rays with Kevin Gausman. That will line up then the series against the New York Yankees at Rogers Center starting on Monday. 0-2. Swing and a miss. High fastball chased by Stott. Strikeout number 5 for Kevin Gausman. 2 down here in the second. Gene Segura, the batter. Blue Jays and Phillies sit scoreless here in the second. Gausman tugs down on the back of the cap. Now tugs on the bill. Rocks himself idle. A runner at first. Draws a quick throw. Sweeping tag by Guerrero. Baum is back in time. Pretty good move by Kevin Gausman. 31 years old from Centennial, Colorado. Orioles took him in the first round back in 2012. Selected 4th overall. pitch. A little tapper hugging the first baseline. Picked up by Guerrero. Late underhand shovel to Gausman. Left it behind the intended receiver. Gausman went reaching back with that Big Ten mitt and couldn't reel it in. Segura was certainly hustling up the first baseline, but the Blue Jays had one more beat to complete that play. That was an awkward finish by Gausman, too. He tried to stop and then reach back. Didn't get his legs tangled up, but that was an awkward finish. Vladdy tried that quick exchange and just kind of floats that ball on the lollipop behind Kevin Gausman. And he doesn't look so sure of himself, trying to get his legs back from underneath him and stretching out with that left arm. Now, that's the non-throwing arm. So if he did torque himself off the left side of his body, perhaps there is just a maneuver here by Jose Ministral, the head trainer of the Blue Jays. John Schneider is out there. They're in conversation with the right-hander, and that play that completely torqued his body as he was working his way to cover first base. Now he's doing a couple of toe touches. Gausman is stretching out the body, taking a couple of deep breaths. The entire Blue Jays infield is around the right-hander. That was certainly a play that should have been made and should have been the out. Pop of the glove in the background is Gausman dealing to Alejandro Kirk. He's going to get at least one more toss here. Rocks himself idle. Throws to the plate. Follow through. No grimace. Turns around. Looks at Jose Ministral. Gives him a thumbs up. And then a big nod. So he's going to be okay. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. will get charged with a throwing error, of fielding, and then in motion error. Really wasn't a throw. He just kind of like lobbed that ball up like an alley-oop, but there was nobody to run underneath it and grab it. I get it if Gausman is on the approach, but Gausman was crisscrossing with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. It's a little bit firmer of a feed. The air extends this inning. Places runners at first and second with two out. And Nick Maton will get his first at bat of the series. Starting tonight in right field. Left-handed batter. There's the pitch. Off the outside edge for ball one. Maton debuted last season with the Philadelphia Phillies. He's been on the shuttle a couple of times this year. This is just game number 26 for Nick Maton. He's held his own. A 281 average when playing. A couple of doubles, a triple, 5 home runs for the left-handed batter. 1-0. Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike. It's a matchup that has been seen before, both from the mound and at the plate for this young Philly. Nick Maton made his debut last April against the San Francisco Giants. And guess who was on the mound that day? Kevin Gausman for San Francisco. 1-1. Fouled off to the left. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Nick Maton was at this ballpark when he was promoted from AAA Lehigh Valley. Squared off against the Giants. And then a 6th inning single became the first hit in the big leagues for Nick Maton. And that allowed it. Now peers in at him. Gausman with runners on at first and second. The 1-2 pitch. Fastball. Strike 3 called on the inside corner. Maton jettisons his arms into the air thinking that pitch was inside, but it had the edge. Maton is down on strikes. The side struck out in the first and now in the second for Kevin Gausman. We are through 2 in Philly. No score. This is Blue Jays baseball served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Baseball is in full swing. Why not enjoy great
Chicagoland, build the life you want with Great Lakes Credit Union. Live life on your terms and get great rates with free checking, certificates, auto loans, mortgages, and more. When you bank with GLCU, you're banking to support your community. GLCU is in your neighborhood and giving back through volunteering, grants, and partnerships, and offering free housing and financial counseling to those who need it. Visit glcu.org for details. Federally insured by NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
This September, Chicago Gourmet is going Uberboard. Join host Chef Sarah Gruenberg for Prost in the Park, a new Oktoberfest-style event with chef takes on classic German delights, Uba bands, fun cocktails, and delicious craft beer. From familiar favorites to a big collection of local craft breweries, get ready to toast at this Sunday fun day on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Prost in the Park, Sunday, September 25th. Tickets at chicagogourmet.org. Presented by Performance Food Service.
Membership fees apply after free trial. Cancel anytime.
Okay, so why do people love my total body bar workouts? Because they work. My clients get an amazing workout and great results. I'm Andrea Rogers, professional dancer and trainer, and my Extend Bar classes are fun, only 30 minutes, and proven to help you get sculpted, lean, and strong. And right now, you can stream my Extend Bar classes for free on the Beachbody On Demand app. See how effective these workouts truly are. Start for free today at beachbody.com.
Time for the third inning in Philadelphia. It's being served up by the always game-ready Jack Link's Meat Snacks. Feed your wild side, baseball fans. Nothing across yet for the Blue Jays and the Phillies. Santiago Espinal will open up the at-bat against Zach Wheeler. First pitch is a fastball straight down the middle, strike one. Espinal played in last night's series opener a little bit late after it appeared to be lopsided, and the Phillies kind of whittled their way back into the ballgame. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball, split the dish again. 0-2 on Espinal. He took over for Matt Chapman late last night at third base. And all of a sudden, the Phillies made a ball game out of it with a 3-run home run off of Julian Merriweather. 0-2. Chipped out a play up the right side. So he's 0-2 on Espinal. Blue Jays made a roster move today. They have optioned Julian Merriweather back to AAA Buffalo. Foster Griffin, promoted by the Blue Jays for the first time, was up in the big leagues with the Royals earlier this year. 0-2 in the air near the line and right. Maton glides to his left, reaches out and makes a scooping catch. Awkward finish to the play on a ball that had some slice on it. Maton was moving well, then had to hit the afterburners to track that ball down as it was slicing off near the line. Whit Merrifield, the number 9 hitter, digs in. With the Blue Jays, a double and a home run on the season, pinching his time with the Royals and the Blue Jays. 24 doubles, a triple, and 7 homers. And at bat here in Philly. The pitch. This is low and away. Ball one. Haven't seen very many breaking balls from Zach Wheeler. I think the first curve we've seen snapped off. 1-0. Low and away. Doubled up on the breaking ball on Merrifield, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. From the line, the 2-0. Swing and a miss. 2 balls and 1 strike on Merrifield. George Springer standing out on deck. Two-1. Fouled back. 2 balls and 2 strikes. We'll check the out-of-town scoreboard, being brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Game on, Canada. Help us celebrate 30 devilishly good years of being your Blue Jays headquarters. Join us for wings, beer, cocktails, and more. We've got all the bases covered. Download the new app or visit stlouiswings.com for more. Always devilishly good. Merrifield pulls the 2-2 on 2 bounces down to third. Baum's got it on to first. 2 away. Well, if you're watching Major League Baseball history, your eyes will be tuned in on what happens in the Bronx tonight. The New York Yankees and the Pittsburgh Pirates currently in the first inning. Aaron Judge, Giancarlo Stanton, they were the stars of the show in the ninth last night. Home run number 60 started off the bottom of the ninth for Aaron Judge in front of Roger Maris's sons, Roger Maris Jr. and Kevin Maris, in New York to watch the history unfold. George Springer bounces the first pitch he sees deep in the hole at short. Backhanded by Stott. Long throw to first in time to get the out on Springer. And another 1-2-3 inning turned in by Zach Wheeler, who has been one over the minimum through three against the Blue Jays. No score midway through three. This is Blue Jays baseball served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Chicagoland, build the life you want with Great Lakes Credit Union. Live life on your terms and get great rates with free checking, certificates, auto loans, mortgages, and more. When you bank with GLCU, you're banking to support your community. GLCU is in your neighborhood and giving back through volunteering, grants, and partnerships, and offering free housing and financial counseling to those who need it. Visit glcu.org for details. Federally insured by NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
This September, Chicago Gourmet is going Uberboard. Join host Chef Sarah Gruenberg for Prost in the Park, a new Oktoberfest-style event with chef takes on classic German delights, Upa bands, fun cocktails, and delicious craft beer. From familiar favorites to a big collection of local craft breweries, get ready to toast at this Sunday Fun Day on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Prost in the Park, Sunday, September 25th. Tickets at chicagogourmet.org. Presented by Performance Food Service.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
It's out of here! A multiple homer game for Alejandro Kirk.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan.
Matt Vierling, Kyle Schwarber, Reese Hoskins, 9-1-2 to face Kevin Gausman, who's got it working tonight. All 6 outs recorded by the Blue Jay right-hander have been on strikeouts. One looking, the other 5 swinging, including a 1-2-3 strikeout the side fanned by Schwarber, Hoskins, and Harper in the first. Matt Vierling, the center fielder, crouches down in the right-handed batter's box. Looks out at Gausman. The pitch is a fastball high. Vierling at .234 on the year. 5 homers and 26 knocked in. 1-0. Fouled back. So many roles for Matt Vierling in the outfield. He's made starts in left, center, and in right. Primary position in center field, where he makes a 47th start this evening. Top 10 prospect the last couple of years with the Phillies. Seen a ton of him in spring training. One. Fastball pumped over for a called strike, and it's 1-2. This season, tabbed as the number 8 prospect with Philadelphia. Made his debut last year. Played his 34 ball games with the Phils. Drafted out of Notre Dame in 2018. One-two. Off the fist into left field, a base hit. It'll drop in front of Raimel Tapia. Another soft single. Baum had a blooper for the first base hit of the ball game. Gene Segura reached on an error by Vladimir Guerrero Jr. And Vierling just muscles one into left here. Flips the card for Kyle Schwarber. We're taking a look at that St. Louis Bar and Grill out of town scoreboard, by the way. No news. I mean, the big news. The news that you really want out of New York tonight is about Aaron Judge, whether or not he will match Roger Maris from 1961, where he set the American League record with 61 home runs. Kyle Schwarber takes a little bit outside. That's ball one. Aaron Judge last night became the third ever New York Yankee to hit 60 or more. Aaron Judge, Babe Ruth, and Roger Maris. (1-0) on the outside corner on Schwarber. Evens the count at 1-1 strike. More in the crosshairs of the Blue Jays. What's reeling with the Rays right now? Astros in the bottom of the third inning have a 1-0 lead. Tampa Bay has not scored a run in over 27 innings now. And there was an altercation in the parking lot last night between Yandy Diaz and Randy Arozarena. Move towards first. Back easily goes Vierling with his 7 stolen bases. Things are a little tight in Tampa for Kevin Cash and the Tampa Bay Rays. Blue Jays saw that firsthand. Injury bug obviously part of that. And now, after hours altercations, 1-1. Dumped in there for a called strike. And it's 1-2 on Schwarber. There were a number of reports circulating last night about what had went down in the parking lot. And really, there were no denials about it in the clubhouse when the doors opened today in Tampa Bay, looking at some of the social media reports from coverage of the Rays. Prime picking for the Blue Jays to go in there. Perhaps take advantage of a vulnerable club. A move to first, quick tag, and they got him. Vierling caught leaning. Kevin Gausman displaying a couple of A moves on the pickoff over to first. Vladdy's had the quick hands getting the tag down. Vierling's not so sure. Phillies say, hold on a minute. Let's check the tape. Bobby Thompson looks over at first, looks at the home plate umpire and said, play on. He's out. Was not pleased with that. And there was a little bit of a lean, a little bit of a juke by Vierling. And it was perfectly timed by Kevin Gausman. Jump off the hill, make a good throw. Vladdy got the tag down right into the armpit as the fingertips were hovering over the corner of the bag from Vierling. Schwarber swings and he drives one in the air out to right field. Underneath it, Merrifield. Nice way to pick up 2 outs on 1 pitch. After the pickoff, the very next pitch results in a fly ball, routinely handled in right. Here's Hoskins, the hitter. Hoskins down swinging his first time up. Checking a couple other stops on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Bottom 2-0 across in Baltimore between the Orioles and the Detroit Tigers. Rhys Hoskins takes low ball 1. Red Sox are in Cincinnati. Nothing there in the third inning. Later on tonight, Oakland will host the Seattle Mariners. 1-0 is low. 2 balls and no strikes on Hoskins. Blue Jays and Phillies sitting scoreless in the third. Gausman ready to bring it home. The 2-0. Bounce on the ground out to the shortstop. Bo's got it with 2 hands. Double clutches out of the glove on to first in time. Hoskins retired. Gausman with the pickoff. Faces the minimum in the third. We're going to the fourth. Nothing in the run column yet in Philly. This is Blue Jays baseball served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Chicagoland, build the life you want with Great Lakes Credit Union. Live life on your terms and get great rates with free checking, certificates, auto loans, mortgages, and more. When you bank with GLCU, you're banking to support your community. GLCU is in your neighborhood and giving back through volunteering, grants, and partnerships, and offering free housing and financial counseling to those who need it. Visit glcu.org for details. Federally insured by NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
This September, Chicago Gourmet is going Uberboard. Join host Chef Sarah Gruenberg for Prost in the Park, a new Oktoberfest-style event with chef takes on classic German delights, Upa bands, fun cocktails, and delicious craft beer. From familiar favorites to a big collection of local craft breweries, get ready to toast at this Sunday Fun Day on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Prost in the Park, Sunday, September 25th. Tickets at chicagogourmet.org. Presented by Performance Food Service.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a miss to finish the ball game. The Blue Jays have their 6th straight win
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
Great to have you joining us from our Ground Rust Protection broadcast booth. I'm Ben Wagner in Philadelphia. Behind me at the controls, Marty Dickerson, back at baseball control in downtown Toronto tonight. Later on, we'll hear from Show Ali. On the other side of the glass, the great Tom Young. Blue Jays, Phillies, no score. Top of the 4th inning with Vladimir Guerrero Jr., Bo Bichette, and Alejandro Kirk coming to the plate. We remind you to protect your vehicle with Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Book your appointment today. Crown, protect, maintain, save. Zach Wheeler, his return from the injured list has looked pretty sharp. Good fastball, big breaking ball. That's the sinker missing down and in on Vladdy for ball 1. Vladdy 1 for 7 here in the city of brotherly love. The hit last night, going 1 for 6. Tapped to second, his first time up. Takes a fastball over for a called strike, and the count evens at 1. Only need 1 to extend any streak. Vladdy got it last night to make it 13 games in a row with a hit streak. 13-game hit streak, second best going in the big leagues right now. 1-1 fouled away at the plate. 18 for 57. That's a .316 clip. Only guy that's got a better hit streak going is another guy that Vladimir Guerrero Jr. was battling earlier this year, and Trey Turner. The Dodger has hit in 16 games in a row. One-two. Off the outside corner. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Dodgers will face the Arizona Diamondbacks tonight in Los Angeles. Madison Bumgarner, the former Giant, against the Dodgers now for the D-backs. 2-2. Guerrero swings and misses at the slider and is down on strikes. Second strikeout for Wheeler. One down to the 4th inning. Blue Jays, Phillies, scoreless. This 4th inning is being presented by Bet365. Just download the app and see for yourself why Bet365 is the world's favorite sports book. 19 plus, play responsibly, Ontario only. Pitch to Bo, slider in the dirt, ball 1. Cracked on a bounce to the shortstop, circled by Stott on the move, throws to first, 2 down. Here comes Alejandro Kirk. Blue Jays and Phillies sitting scoreless. First time behind the plate in 8 days for Alejandro, nursing a sore left hip. Here's a guy that starts in the American League, 6th and on base, and 8th overall in average at .298. What a remarkable season for Alejandro Kirk. Wheeler deals. Zips the fastball over for strike one. Those numbers certainly were bumped last night, going 3 for 5 at the plate. Knocked in a couple of runs. 0-1. Takes outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Asked the Blue Jays manager John Schneider earlier today, with Kirk going behind the plate, will there be any restrictions for him? Are you monitoring anything? He said, no, full go. I asked, what about catching back-to-back? He said, we could do it. 1-1. Soft liner up the line and right. That is foul. Slices away just foul for Kirk. And it's 1-2. Jose Barrios gets the opener tomorrow in Tampa Bay. Blue Jays will catch Alejandro Kirk back-to-back days. They don't like to do it 3 days in a row. But they have done it as recently as just a couple of weeks ago. Kirk at the ready. 1-2. Bounce to the plate. Wheeler spikes the slider. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The bullpen is silent behind the right-hander. He's used 51 pitches. 33 strikes, 18 balls. Wheeler brings a .299 earned run average on the year. He's won 11 games. Deals the 2-2. Fouled away at the plate. Andrew Bellotti is up in the bullpen behind the right-hander. We do anticipate to see Noah Syndergaard, a man that the Blue Jays had in their system. And in 2012 in December, when Alex Anthopoulos, the general manager at the time, pushed his chips into the middle of the table, had to part way with some prospects. He was one of the big pieces to acquire R.A. Dickey from the New York Mets. 2-2. Throw to the backstop. Skips through the 5-hole, and then Chris Cuccione makes a great play on the rebound. And that's the reaction from the fans that you hear in the background tonight. It's a better crowd on hand than what we had last night. Three-two to Kirk. Bounce towards the hole. Diving, Baum has a glance off his glove and no play at short for Stott. Alejandro will reach on an infield single. And that's another one. Only to add to his franchise best. I think that's infield single 11 on the season for Alejandro Kirk. I mean, the guy's got a magic wand. It's pretty remarkable. Second base runner for the Blue Jays. We're scoreless in the 4th. Matt Chapman, the batter. Wheeler from the stretch deals. Fastball over the knees, a called strike 1. Fourth career start for Zach Wheeler against the Blue Jays. The 0-1. Curveball left shy of the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike. Numbers haven't gone in Wheeler's favor when facing Toronto. 0-2 lifetime with an .840 earned run average. Runner at first, short lead, the 1-1. Chapman fouls it back. Now 32 years of age, out of Dallas, Georgia. Offseason of 2019, Wheeler inked a contract that'll carry him through the end of next year. An all-star last season. Finished second in the Cy Young Award in the National League last year. Fastball, strike three called. Chapman thought that was outside, and he was right. That hadn't been a strike all night for anybody, Kevin Gausman or Zach Wheeler, but the ripcord got pulled on Chapman. He goes down looking, and the side is retired. In the fourth, no runs. The Kirk infield hit, and one man left. Midway through the fourth, nothing across in Philly. This is Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Baseball is in full swing. Why not enjoy great Pilsner taste from Miller Lite, the official beer sponsor of MLB? 90 calories and 3 grams of carbs per 355 milliliters. Must be legal drinking age. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
This game tip is brought to you by the always game-ready Jack Link's Meat Snacks. Don't trash talk to get in their pitcher's head. Hold up a bag of jerky instead. Taunting might not distract him, but his hunger will. Jack Link's. Feed your wild side, baseball fans.
Welcome to Wagner Field, and here's tonight's starting lineup. Leading off is Armstrong Brilliance, sure to bring colorful Cardinals to your backyard feeder. Up next, Armstrong Jays Blend, the feed the Jays just can't resist. Finally, it's Finches for Days with Armstrong Gold Standard.
You'll be amazed at the action in your backyard when you serve up Armstrong's lineup of premium blends.
We're in for a big game tonight. Fans are tweeting about it already.
Armstrong Bird Food, feeding Blue Jays and other feathered friends since 1986.
Do you want to bet on live sports? Then you need to try in-play betting at Bet365. In-play betting lets you make a bet while the game's still being played. Seriously, you can bet on things like puck line, the money line, total hits, touchdowns, the next goal scorer, fight outcome. Download the app now and see for yourself why Bet365 is the world's favorite sportsbook.
Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, visit connexontario.ca.
For this life I cannot change. Deep off in the main.
This is George Springer, and you're listening to Toronto Blue Jays baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bryce Harper, JT Realmuto, Alec Baum against Kevin Gausman, moving into the bottom of the fourth inning from Philly. Blue Jays and Phillies are sitting scoreless right now. We're coming to you tonight from the Crown Rust Protection broadcast booth. Protect your vehicle with Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Book your appointment today. Crown, protect, maintain, save. Harper's 0 for 1. One of the 6 strikeouts for Kevin Gausman tonight. Left-handed slugger stares out. The pitch, swing and a miss. That's strike 1. National League MVP. Reigning hardware belonging to Bryce Harper and all the things that he took home last year with a tremendous 2021. 0-1. Swing and a miss. For Bryce Harper with the MVP, a Silver Slugger Award, a Hank Aaron Award, Major League Baseball Players Association anointed him the most outstanding player. He batted .309, hit 35 home runs, and drove in 84. 0-2, flicked away a foul at the plate. Matching up against Kevin Gausman. Infield, back outfield, playing straight up. This is about the truest defensive alignment the Blue Jays have ever deployed against Bryce Harper. They've had some good ones, too. The 0-2 pitch. Bounce out to second. Charging in. Good hop handle by Espinal out of the red leather. On to first with the flip. Harper's retired. One down to lead off this fourth inning. Well, he hit the biggest home run in Blue Jays history, and now is your chance to win some exclusive signed merchandise from the one, the only, Joe Carter. One of 10 incredible early bird prizes still up for grabs during the Jays Care Super September 50-50 jackpot. You'll have a chance not only to win this awesome merchandise, but also the life-changing grand prize, which has currently climbed over $1.3 million. $1.3 million and rising through the Super September 50-50 Jays Care jackpot. That's the take-home, not the split. That is the take-home. Pitch to JT Realmuto over for a called strike. Don't miss out. Get your tickets anywhere in Ontario. Go to bluejays.com/5050. That's bluejays.com/5050. 0-1. Realmuto bounces wide to third. Diving stop made by Chapman. Pops up, rips it over to first in time to get the out. What a rangy play by Matt Chapman. Dashing to his left, diving to make the stop, and then in one fluid motion, like he pivots and springs into the air, and then unleashes a great throw to first base to retire Realmuto. 2 away. He is some kind of fun. What a treat to watch over at third base. They don't get any better than that guy. 2 down here in the fourth. Phillies and Blue Jays sit scoreless. Alec Baum, the batter. Athens takes strike 1. Good slider from Gausman. Righty on righty. Baum with one of the 2 hits that the Phillies own tonight. He asked for time. Looks like he's got something in his right eye. Trying to blink it out. You don't want vision at 50-50. You want to win the 50-50, but you don't want your vision at 50-50. Especially with a guy that throws 97 with a nasty split. 0-1. There's a split. A touch low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Phillies are lining up a pitching change, it appears. They have got Noah Syndergaard loosening up in the bullpen. Robbie Thompson yesterday was telling us that he promised Syndergaard as he kind of maneuvers into this bullpen role that he would come in and clean innings. 1-1. Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Two out, nobody on for the Phillies. One, 2. Hit hard up the middle, a base hit. A 2-out single, maybe more. Big turnaround first by Baum. Tapia picks it up, gets it in quickly from the alley in left center. Baum's got a 2-for-2 night. First pitch popped up to Bryson Stott. Shallow in left. Retreating goes Bichette. Underneath it. Catch is made by Bo. The other side is retired. No runs, a single, man left. We are through 4 innings, and Philly still zeros in the run column. Blue Jays baseball is served up by the always game-ready Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Chicagoland, build the life you want with Great Lakes Credit Union. Live life on your terms and get great rates with free checking, certificates, auto loans, mortgages, and more. When you bank with GLCU, you're banking to support your community. GLCU is in your neighborhood and giving back through volunteering, grants, and partnerships, and offering free housing and financial counseling to those who need it. Visit glcu.org for details. Federally insured by NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
This September, Chicago Gourmet is going Uberboard. Join host Chef Sarah Gruenberg for Prost in the Park, a new Oktoberfest-style event with chef takes on classic German delights, pub bands, fun cocktails, and delicious craft beer. From familiar favorites to a big collection of local craft breweries, get ready to toast at this Sunday Fun Day on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Prost in the Park, Sunday, September 25th. Tickets at chicagogourmet.org. Presented by Performance Food Service.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Calvin Biggio sends the Blue Jays in front with a go-ahead grand slam
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan.
We go to the fifth inning being presented by Bet365. With Bet365, you've got the world's favorite sportsbook. 63 million members worldwide, 19 plus. Play responsibly, Ontario only. Ben Wagner with you from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Blue Jays, Phillies have no score. We've got our first pitching change of the night, brought to you by Certainty, the pro's choice for roofing, siding, drywall, insulation, and ceiling systems. Certainty, pro all the way. The new pitcher is Noah Syndergaard. Certainly no stranger to Blue Jay fans who heard the prospect's name and then watched him flourish with the New York Mets and pitch in the World Series as recently as 2015. Right-hander's first pitch out of the bullpen goes to Teoscar Hernandez on the outside corner, and that's strike one. Teoscar is 0 for 1 tonight. Syndergaard out of compact windup. The pitch. Chopper out towards the shortstop. Least high hop handled by Stott. On to first in time. One down here in the fifth. Noah Syndergaard is now 30 years of age. The Philadelphia Phillies are now his third team since a guy known as Thor arrived in Queens. The physique, the long hair, the incredible workout regimen, and the chiseled landscape that affectionately went toe-to-toe with the Dark Knight and others in those New York Met teams that were flourishing 2012, 13, 14, 15, World Series appearance, but a loss to the Kansas City Royals in 2015. But it all started with the Blue Jays manager, John Schneider, when he met a 17-year-old in Noah Syndergaard early in his managerial career in the minors. 0-1 to Tapia, hooked into right field, a base hit. Blue Jays with their third hit of the night. One out single here in the fifth. 2010, 2011, John Schneider was a young up-and-coming manager in the Blue Jays organization. Noah Syndergaard was the first to throw for John Schneider. As a 17-year-old, didn't possess this big fastball that really brought him to fame in all-star appearances. But they liked the breaking ball, the big curve that he had, and clearly the Blue Jays and John Schneider and the rest of the coaches, they got to watch him throw in the limited sample size, said, there is definitely something here from this guy out of Texas. Move towards first base, Tapia falls back. Blue Jays drafted him 38th overall in 2010. He was dealt in December of 2012. That was the trade with R.A. Dickey, who had won the Cy Young Award with a tremendous 12-year. Runner is going, pitched by Syndergaard is yanked foul from Espinal's bat. No balls and one strike on Espinal. That R.A. Dickey deal was a move that not only included that with the New York Mets, but also, remember Josh Johnson deal with the Miami Marlins? That was ahead of the 2013 window that Blue Jays looked like they wanted to make a big run at the American League Eastern Division. That never panned out, but R.A. Dickey was certainly a valuable asset in the rotation. Syndergaard with a move to first. Tapia falls back, no problem. Came to the Blue Jays, helped the Blue Jays during their run through 2015 and that big turnaround, obviously, that snapped the drought. Trying to get back to the postseason. Another move to first. Tapia gets back to the bag, no problem. For Noah Syndergaard, after the change in scenery with the New York Mets, it was short-lived in the minors. In 2015, he was called up and immediately made an impression on Terry Collins, his manager in New York. They said, this guy's going to help us. 0-1. Outside. Slider missed. 1 ball and 1 strike on Espinal. Not only was he called up to pitch in the regular season, but he was part of the postseason run and pitched in the World Series against the Royals. Became one of 5 New York pitchers in franchise history to strike out more than 200 batters before turning 25. Tapia bluffs. Espinal pops up the pitch. Short left. In comes Schwarber. He's on the move. Makes the catch, and there are 2 down. Whit Merrifield bats with 2 out. Runner at first. Blue Jays and Phillies are scoreless in the 5th. A couple of lost seasons after that great arrival, though, in Queens. 2017, 2018. Completely lost with injuries and illness. Came back to the rotation. Made 32 starts in 2019 for New York. Syndergaard deals. Merrifield takes a fastball on the outside corner at 94 miles an hour for strike 1. Ahead of the pandemic season, Syndergaard was injured. Had Tommy John surgery. Came back and pitched in 2 frames for the New York Mets and then went into free agency. Another move to first. Signed a 1-year, $21 million deal with the Los Angeles Angels. Traded ahead of the deadline. Now in Philly. Oh, 1. Off the outside corner. A ball and a strike on Witt. Two former New York Mets pitching against the Blue Jays tonight in Philadelphia. Wheeler with the start. Runner bluffs the 1-1. Off the outside corner, a slider called strike. But checking in on the location with Chris Cuccione, who's had his plate on skates a couple of times tonight. Infield back. Tapia ready. It looks like he wants to run. He stays. The 1-2. Fouled away at the plate. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Top of the 5th, and we're scoreless. Four innings of shutout work. Another move to first. Wheeler with the shutout on 2 hits. Didn't issue a walk, struck out 3. Bullpen the rest of the way for the Phillies. Starting with a guy that's good and stretched out. Sounds like Robbie Thompson will ride Noah Syndergaard for as many frames as he can get. Runner goes. Big jump. Merrifield swings and fouls it back. And it's a good swing decision by Whit Merrifield. That pitch was a strike majority of the way to the plate. So he has to protect, battling 1 ball and 2 strikes. Regardless of the jump that Tapia gets, he can't give up the at-bat. Gives up the at-bat. Tapia never reaches scoring position anyway. The inning's over. Two down. Tapia stands at first. Philadelphia skyline twinkling off in the distance. 1-2. Swing and a miss. Got him with a slider. Merrifield into the glove. A single, nothing more for the Blue Jays in the 5th. 4.5 gone by. Nothing, your score here in Philly. This is Blue Jays baseball served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Chicagoland, build the life you want with Great Lakes Credit Union. Live life on your terms and get great rates with free checking, certificates, auto loans, mortgages, and more. When you bank with GLCU, you're banking to support your community. GLCU is in your neighborhood and giving back through volunteering, grants, and partnerships, and offering free housing and financial counseling to those who need it. Visit glcu.org for details. Federally insured by NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
Get ready for Chicago Gourmet. This September 22nd through 25th, Chicago Gourmet is creating a stir with a weekend of spirited events, serving up delicious food, premium wines, spirits, and beer. Join world-class chefs Rick Bayless, Stephanie Izard, Danielle Boulou, Sarah Gruenberg, and more for gourmet fun on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Tickets will sell out. Get yours today at chicagogourmet.org. From the Illinois Restaurant Association, Southern Glazers Wine and Spirits, and Choose Chicago.
Looking for cloud, data, or web help? There's no tech shortage in the room. The Room is a talent community offering highly skilled, ready-to-work talent when you need it. The Room's tech talent is trained to Silicon Valley standards, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and individually matched to fit your needs. Find top-tier tech talent fast, just like the kind of people who developed this cool streaming app you're on right now. Visit trytheroom.com/tech.
Hey guys, Mike Valeni for Cash the Ticket podcast. If you like sports betting or if you just like sports, it's the podcast for you. We try to cover all the big games and maybe some of the games you didn't even know were important, give you some angles, pick some winners, have a good time, and hopefully help you meander through college and pro football season. So join us a couple times a week to get all your information you need to bet the games that you watch. It's Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Come into Bell Tire today and you'll get the lowest tire price, period. Like up to $150 off a set of 4 tires with brand names like Michelin, BF Goodrich, and Goodyear. You'll also get a guy who will give you free lifetime flat repairs, tire rotations, and alignment checks. Get up to $150 off a set of 4 tires, plus more free services, more out of your tires, and more for your money. It's how we make the lowest tire price feel even lower at Bell Tire. See store at belltire.com for details and offer expiration.
How's your mental health? I'm listening with Alanis Morissette.
When it first started, I would have my nightly panic attacks, but then I started getting really curious about all the sensations. Like I just really started looking at, okay, so chest is, I got really kind of granular in observing the details of what was really going on with the breath. It's just survival strategy. Chronic stress is trauma.
Join us for Odyssey's I'm Listening 2-hour national mental health conversation, Wednesday, September 21st at 6 p.m. Talk saves lives.
My world is about making the play. My world is all about keeping you informed.
My world is about the perfect cut.
Illinois Media School makes my world possible.
If you have a passion for media, on air or behind the scenes, Illinois Media School can give you the hands-on training you need in as little as 8 months. You can get paid to create. Call now and learn from the pros to be a pro. Visit beonair.com or call 630-916-1700. 630-916-1700.
Odyssey knows that football fans can't get enough football. That's why we've got nonstop football coverage on the free Odyssey app. Podcasts and live shows dedicated to every pro team. NFL play-by-play and enough game talk for the most diehard fans. Local radio stations talking football, interviews with star players and coaches, and football fans being fans. What kind of play calling was that? Listen to everything you love about football, live and on demand with the free Odyssey app. Get in the game and download today.
You know those headlines that make you stop scrolling and actually read an article? I'm Mike Rogers. Those are the kinds of stories I'm diving into on my podcast, Something Off Beat, like the caterpillar infestation in Maine that had us rethinking our relationship with insects.
We were talking about
a time 300 million years ago, if you can imagine. There was a dragonfly. It had a 2-foot wingspan.
Just search for Something Off Beat in the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Blue Jays certainly identified, and so did the San Francisco Giants. And it ultimately, the decision between signing with San Francisco or looking elsewhere stopped when the conversation over video games really took Gausman by surprise. And maybe you, what? Video games? The 3-2. Segura takes just high. Splitter flies a little bit high. Leadoff batter aboard for the Phillies here in the 5th. Phillies, Blue Jays scoreless. Last of the 5th inning. So why was video gaming such a topic of conversation? Well, part of the presentation for Kevin Gausman and the San Francisco Giants was essentially this. They sold the fact that they had a team of 3 different individuals on the baseball operations team that played with Kevin Gausman in deep dive algorithms and literally a video game and used Kevin Gausman over the course of 5 different seasons each. Like Maton at the plate, swings and fouls the toss back for strike 1. So what these 3 individuals did, being paid to play video games, amassed 15 seasons of Kevin Gausman's work into a smaller sample size, and they told Kevin Gausman that they value the algorithms to a point that it's beyond anything that Major League Baseball has going on right now, and they invested so much into it and trust the data that they were able to present it to the actual player and say, this is why you're going to be so good. Move towards first, and hustling back goes Segura, just in front of the tag attempt by Vladimir Guerrero Jr. So Gausman had them rehash all the statistics and said, all right, you 3 guys combined played 15 seasons with me. They said, yes, absolutely, and we used your splitter as a go-to weapon, as a strikeout pitch, as a priority with your fastball that's got good life, 95, 96, 97 miles an hour. 0-1 to Maton. Swing and a miss. And it's 0-2. But right over that bread and butter, 85-mile-an-hour splitter. They said, all right, with these 15 seasons, Kevin, with your repertoire, we placed you as a finalist in Cy Young Award voting 10 out of the 15 seasons that we combined to produce, and you won 2 Cy Young Awards. He was blown away. Gausman in the 0-2. Swing and a miss. He blows away Maton. Down on strikes. Batter number 7 into the glove for Kevin Gausman tonight. 1 away here in the 5th. It's a pretty remarkable story when you think about how modern day thinking, deep dive in analytics, using the data, how it can produce a sales pitch ultimately for a guy that went to San Francisco and had quite the renaissance in his career. And then life-changing money was dealt by the Toronto Blue Jays when they signed him moving into this season. Matt Vierling, the batter. The pitch. Fastball on the outside corner and called strike 1. A 5-year, $110 million deal signed on December 1st by Kevin Gausman. 1 out in the 5th. No score in Philly. Long hold, now a move to first. Segura falls back to the bag, no problem. Blue Jays in the outfield lined up pretty much straight away. Springer, a couple of stride steps towards right center field. Oh, 1. Liner into center field, a base hit. Segura got a good jump, turns the corner at second. He's on his way to third. They're on the corners here in the 5th. Vierling has his second hit of the night. But nothing has been hit hard off of Kevin Gausman at all. A soft single by Baum in the second. A leadoff base hit by Vierling in the third. That was a doink shot in the left. Baum got the base hit in the fourth inning as well, and now this Vierling single right up the middle. Just served it right back up there. Like he was trying to drop shot over the diamond. Instead of a net, trying to get it over the diamond. That little drop shot into shallow center. Segura took the leadoff walk. He stands at third with one down. Vierling's at first. Kyle Schwarber, the batter. Here's the pitch. Outside, ball one. Schwarber's a dangerous bat. 40 home runs. The pitch. Fouled over the third base dugout, out of play. 1 ball and 1 strike on Kyle Schwarber. Launched his 40th last night. Most home runs by any Philadelphia Philly hitter since 2009. That's when Ryan Howard launched 45 home runs. Ryan Howard in Philadelphia Phillies history has more 40 home run seasons than any Philly. He did it 4 separate occasions. Sure, you would pick Ryan Howard in that category. 1-1. Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Jason Worth had some big years. Pat Burrell had some big years. And of course, I think when you talk about power and prowess at the plate, every conversation when it comes back to baseball in this city has to start with Michael Jack Schmidt. Ryan Howard passed his franchise record of 3 different seasons with 40 or more home runs. Move towards first by Gausman. Backstanding goes Vierling. Mike Schmidt, 3-time MVP. A season that was spent right here in Philadelphia from 1972 all the way to 1989. Went to the Hall of Fame with a dozen All-Star nods. A flag that flies because in 1980, he and the Phillies won a World Series. He won 10 Gold Gloves as well. 1-2 to Schwarber. Check swing. Did he take it? He did. No appeal down to third either. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Schwarber. Now, present day, when you look at the power of Kyle Schwarber, he's one of the dangerous hitters in Major League Baseball. In fact, he would lead the big leagues if it wasn't for the record-setting pace that Aaron Judge is having right now in the Bronx. 60 home runs for Aaron Judge. A 20 home run lead over Kyle Schwarber, who's in front of the division rival New York Mets, Pete Alonso, Yordan Alvarez, and Austin Riley, all with 37. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Good splitter snapped off by Kevin Gausman. Strikeout number 8. Now Rhys Hoskins. This by far and away is the most difficult situation that Gausman has had to deal with all night long. Working here in the 5th. Runners at first and third. Maybe a little less pressure. Now a 2 down. The pitch. Hoskins takes low, ball 1. Baseball, no doubt, is a thing of beauty. Last night, it was a roller coaster. A combined 29 runs were scored. And now tonight, zeros. A combined 7-hit shutout. 1-0. That's low. 2 balls and no strikes on Hoskins. Maybe if you were watching last night in that wild ride to the finish with the Blue Jays holding on. And yes, at times late, it felt like the Blue Jays were holding on. Phillies were one big home run away from making a one-run game twice. The 2-0. Fastball pumped over, but low. 3 balls and no strikes. Bryce Harper standing out on deck. And that made a fan base that really felt disgruntled with the first and third situation and 1 out. Unable to get that first run of the game across. Now a little bit more excited with the 3-0 count. Hoskins looking out, righty on righty. Gausman deals a green light and a fly ball out of play up the right side. Strike 1 in the at-bat on Kevin Gausman. They're asking for noise in Philly. First and third for the Phils. 2 out. 3-1. Check swing, up and in. That's ball 4. Hoskins started out of the batter's box, stopped about 5 strides up the line, turned around, and double-checked that was ball 4. You're going to hear noise now in Philadelphia. Bryce Harper stepping to the plate. The sacks are packed. Bases loaded situation. Gausman meets with Alejandro Kirk. Here comes Matt Chapman jogging in from third. A trio on the hill with a quick conversation. Glove over the mouth of Gausman as he looks in at his battery mate. Turns his attention. Quick conversation between the pitcher and the third baseman. First time either side's been in a big jam. Gausman trying to get out of it. 75 pitches, 52 strikes for the Toronto right-hander. Harper stares out. Bases loaded, 2 down. Gausman deals. Ground ball right back to the bump. Swatted down by Gausman. Throw to first. In time. Side retired. Bases left loaded in Philly. We stay scoreless. Going to the 6th. This is Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Chicagoland, build the life you want with Great Lakes Credit Union. Live life on your terms and get great rates with free checking, certificates, auto loans, mortgages, and more. When you bank with GLCU, you're banking to support your community. GLCU is in your neighborhood and giving back through volunteering, grants, and partnerships, and offering free housing and financial counseling to those who need it. Visit glcu.org for details. Federally insured by NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
Get ready for Chicago Gourmet. This September 22nd through 25th, Chicago Gourmet is creating a stir with a weekend of spirited events, serving up delicious food, premium wines, spirits, and beer. Join world-class chefs Rick Bayless, Stephanie Izard, Danielle Boulou, Sarah Gruenberg, and more for gourmet fun on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Tickets will sell out. Get yours today at chicagogourmet.org. From the Illinois Restaurant Association, Southern Glazers Wine and Spirits, and Choose Chicago.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
Blue Jays and Phillies move into the 6th inning, presented by Bet365. With Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet, and even make a bet while a game is still being played. 19 plus. Play responsibly. Ontario only. Phillies leave them loaded. Blue Jays now with the chance to score the first run of the night. 0s through 5. George Springer, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., and Bo Bichette trying to get it going for Toronto tonight. They have been blanked in the combination of former Metropolitans. Zach Wheeler went through the first 4 innings. And then Noah Syndergaard went one over the minimum in the fifth. Raimel Tapia had a one-out single, but then he retired Santiago Espinal through the air and got Whit Merrifield down on strikes. So now Syndergaard, the big right-hander, rocks into the windup and the pitch. Springer takes high, ball one. George is 0 for 2 tonight, tapping to second and to short. One-0. Line the other way, a base hit against the shift into right field. Blue Jays with their fourth single of the night. It is the first time that Toronto's got the leadoff man on. And there is no doubt with the open hole on the right side of the diamond, that's where George Springer was trying to shoot that ball. See if Vladdy can get it going. Vladdy's bounced out to second and struck out. Guerrero riding a 13-game hit streak. Now 18 for his last 59. Right-handed hitter looks out. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Wow, was that ever a rip? He was trying to plant that one in the Delaware. Move towards first. Hustling back goes Springer. 0-1 on Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Just a 2-game stop here in Philly. We'll be at the Trop tomorrow night. The first of 4 between the Blue Jays and the Rays. 0-1. Guerrero fouls it back out of play. No balls and 2 strikes. Blue Jays will likely see Lourdes Gurriel Jr. in the dugout tomorrow night. Injury report brought to you by Bergmanis Prayer Personal Injury Lawyers. If life has thrown you a curveball and you're striking out with your insurance company, get ahead of the count and call Bergmanis Prayer Personal Injury Lawyers, your cleanup hitters. Visit bplawyers.ca. Lourdes is in Florida working out at the Player Development Complex right now. He'll get evaluated tomorrow with the Blue Jays. 0-2. Swing and a miss. Went after the big curveball. Syndergaard strikes out Guerrero. 1 down. Best case scenario for the Blue Jays is the fact that Lourdes Gurriel Jr. continues his hitting, his throwing, and his base running. Everything checks out with that hamstring issue okay. They'll work out at the Trop over the next couple of days, meet with the Blue Jays medical personnel face-to-face. They'll run the bases, try to get up to game speed, and the best case would be active. Then in the Mets, or not the Mets, but the Yankee series. The Yankee series moved towards first by Syndergaard, a former Met. That Yankee series, big for the Blue Jays for a number of different reasons. Bo Bichette at the plate. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. No score in the 6th. 1 on, 1 out. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball in the top part of the zone. No strike call from Chris Cuccione. Long hold by JT Realmuto. A chirp from the Phillies coaches. Checking in on the location of that. Bosebine with it. 1 ball and 1 strike. Bo's got one of the 4 hits, which have all been singles tonight for Toronto. Syndergaard in the 1-1. Swinging a foul off to the right. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Check out the St. Louis Bar and Grill out of town scoreboard. Our first stop on the other side of the tri-state in the Bronx. Yankees plated 4 runs in their first inning. Oswaldo Cabrera hitting his third home run in the big leagues and helping New York out to a 5-1 advantage in the fifth inning over the Pirates. Move towards first, chasing back Springer. Aaron Judge batting leadoff tonight is 2 for 3 in the ballgame. He's got a couple of doubles, his 26th and 27th, but of course, we're watching the long one. Well, he hit 61. Springer bluffs the pitch to Bo, slider low and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Another move to first. Bo's waiting on a 2-2. Oswaldo Cabrera with his first career grand slam. That's how the Yankees played it 4 in the first. Added 1 in the fifth. Still 5-1. They're getting ready for the 6th in New York. Runner goes 2-2. Line drive. Base hit into right field. Springer was in motion, so an easy advance around second on his way to third. Throw goes to the middle of the diamond. Now the Blue Jays are the ones with a first and third situation. It belongs to Toronto here in the 6th inning. Bo shoots one the opposite way. His second hit tonight. We'll bring up Alejandro Kirk. Kirk tonight's 1 for 2. Pulled the ball on the ground down to third, thrown out in the first inning, and then singled but was stranded in the fourth. This is where Alejandro Kirk is primed for this cleanup spot. RBI opportunity for a guy that doesn't whiff all that often. Still possesses more walks than strikeouts. And here we are in the twilight of the calendar for baseball. Syndergaard deals. Curveball in for strike 1. Game 149 out of 162. And Alejandro Kirk has 57 walks versus 52 strikeouts. It doesn't happen all that often. But it's guys like Kirk that can get it done. Incredible bat-to-ball skills. 0-1. Check swing at the curve. Did he take it low? He did. 1 ball and 1 strike on the Toronto backstop. 4 hits in the series against the Phillies. Blue Jays would love to see hit number 5 from Alejandro here in Philly right now. Springer in a very dirty jersey, drifting away and foul grounded third. Bo presses down on his batting helmet as he steps away from first. 1 down here in the 6th. Syndergaard ready, and now he throws to first again to chase back Bo. Kirk steps out, knocks the big end of the bat on the toe of his right cleat. Now swivels in with the left leg. Runners take their distance from first and third. 1-1. Kirk fouls it back. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Alejandro. Blue Jays and Phillies are scoreless. This is a Toronto team that has a big league best 15 road wins out of the last 18 games away from Rogers Center. Remarkable run by Toronto, winning 15 out of 18. Another move to first. Bo hardly had a lead. This is a predetermined move by Syndergaard, no doubt about that. Action in the bullpen behind the big right-hander. The lefty is loosening. Runner goes from first. Nope, it's a bluff. Fastball is high. It was a stop and start. Or start and stop, whichever way you want to slice it, by Bo Bichette. He went a third of the way towards first. Realmuto decided not to make a throw at all. This is something we've seen over the last couple of weeks that the Blue Jays have done. Bo went 1/3 of the way towards first and then did a juke as he was stopping away from first base. The Blue Jays were flat out trying to steal a run. but Realmuto never bit. Throw didn't go to the middle of the diamond and didn't go on the back pick either. The 2-2. Kirk hits it sharply on a bounce. Out to second. Stott's got it for one. A turn to first in time. Double play. Side retired. 6-4-3 inning ender. Bounced into by Alejandro Kirk. Blue Jays stopped from scoring midway through the sixth. Nothing across yet in Philly. This is Blue Jays baseball served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
All right, people, listen up. Search and rescue has a lot of ground to cover, so pay attention. It's minus 40 out here, and our guy has been missing for several hours. He's about 6'2", thin build. Fortunately, he's wearing a force field high-visibility vest, so we should... there he is.
Be seen with Force Field protective clothing. Made for Canadians, engineered for Canada. Visit highvissafety.ca. That's HIVIS safety.ca. And use code RADIO for 10% off your first order.
Here at the Nissan Institute of Thrillology, we have excitement down to a science. Like the fun-to-drive 2022 Kicks with standard Apple CarPlay and best-in-class fuel economy to keep the good times going. It's recommended by 5 out of 5 Thrillologists. Now, during the Nissan Thrillology sales event, lease the Kicks from $58 weekly for only 24 months. Visit Nissan.ca or contact your local Nissan dealer today. Fuel claim excludes EV and hybrid vehicles. $252 monthly at 4.24% with $1,295 down. Limited quantities, conditions apply.
We're celebrating 30 years of St. Louis Bar and Grill, and unlike most 30-year-olds, we have no regrets, because we've accomplished so much already. Made a super famous garlic dill sauce? Check. Best wings in the biz? Yep. Go-to spot for the vibes? You know it.
Yeah, but have you ever found true love and settled down?
What is this, the 50s? I don't need a nice big home with a loving family that adores me. That sounds nice. Huh. Come into St. Louis Bar and Grill and celebrate 30 years of devilishly good food and drink.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
If it's fair, we've got a game winner, and it is gone!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan.
Good ball game tonight at Citizens Bank Park in downtown Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Ben Wagner with you in the Crown Rust Protection broadcast booth. Back at baseball control is Show Ali. Special thanks, Tom Young and Marty Dickerson. Behind the scenes helping bring you the sights, the sounds, everything here as the Blue Jays begin the road trip across a couple of cities. First, here in Philly, the next stop, the Trop in St. Petersburg, Florida. Tomorrow night, our broadcast will begin at 6:30 Eastern, a 6:40 first pitch. Jose Barrios on the hill. And Friday night, we'll join you at 7 o'clock Eastern. Saturday, 6 Eastern, and then 1 Eastern on Sunday. You better pay attention to your calendar. Blue Jays at 4 games at Tropicana Field with 4 different start times. No score tonight. JT Realmuto, Alec Baum, Bryson Stott against Kevin Gausman. First pitch from the right-hander is cut on and fouled back. Kevin Gausman, 76 pitches, 53 strikes while working a 4-hit shutout over 5 frames against the Phillies. He has struck out 8 tonight. He's issued a couple of walks. Oh, 1 to Realmuto. Bounce on the right side and through, a base hit. Opposite field single for Realmuto. Phillies have their 5th hit of the night. 2 of the 5 belong to Alec Baum. Loop single back in the 2nd inning, and then served another knock in the 4th. Blue Jays certainly started to twist the screws on the Phillies in the top of the 6th inning with runners on at 1st and 3rd and 1 out. Alejandro Kirk bounced into a 6-4-3 inning double play. The Phillies in the 5th got a leadoff walk to Gene Segura, a 1-out single from Matt Vierling, and then a 2-out walk to Rhys Hoskins. The bases were loaded, and Bryce Harper stood in the batter's box. Gausman to Baum. In the air, out to straightaway center. Now drifting to his left. There's Springer. Plenty of room to work in front of that high wall. The catch is made, 1 out. The bases were loaded. Harper stepped in, jumped on the first pitch, and hit it right off the body of Gausman on the hill. Just like that, big crowd was silenced, and the Phillies left them loaded. Phillies have left on 6 tonight. 0 for 3 with runners in scoring position. Toronto has stranded 4 and 0 for 1 with runners in scoring position, and that was the at-bat to Kirk. That's the reason why we're scoreless. After last night's wild affair between these two clubs, which was very reminiscent of Game 4 of that 1993 World Series between the Phillies and the Blue Jays. Moved by Gausman over to first base. That'll chase back Realmuto. Realmuto can run. Just because he's got catcher next to his name doesn't mean he's going to flash the wheels. He'll certainly do that. He's trying to become the second catcher in Major League Baseball history with 20 or more home runs and 20 steals. Stott takes a strike off the outside corner, falls in the hole against Gausman, 0-1. Ivan Rodriguez was the last to do it. Realmuto already has 20 homers. He's got 17 stolen bases. Oh-1. Bounding ball to the left side, circled by Bichette. He's got one play. That's the throw to first. He'll make it in time. Stott retired. Realmuto now stands at second. 2 down here in a scoreless 6th. Gene Segura, the batter. I referenced that really wild game in the 1993 World Series because, of course, it happened in the parking lot next door when Veterans Stadium was still up. And the Blue Jays were on the verge of having one of the more historic World Series runs in Major League Baseball history. And, of course, it was tremendous when Joe Carter connected with a game-winning home run in Game 6. Game 4 combined for 29 runs between the Phillies and the Blue Jays. Pitch to Segura. His low ball 1. Game 4 in 93 was a 15-14 Blue Jay win. The Blue Jays scored 15 runs on 17 hits and did it without hitting a home run against the Phillies. They had 5 extra base hits that night. One was by the pitcher. Al Leiter cracked a double. 1-0. Segura turns away from the inside corner, takes a slider strike, and it's 1-1. Phillies hit 3 home runs, had 6 extra base hits, building their 14 hit attack. Pretty remarkable when you think about it. 1-1. Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Realmuto, the runner at second. 2 down. The 1-2 to Segura. Pulled down to third and handled in foul territory by Chapman. Count stays 1 ball and 2 strikes. Looking back at some of the numbers with JT Realmuto and some of the catchers that hit for power. And, of course, I was already kind of digging around in 1993 with that World Series against the Philadelphia Phillies. Darren Daulton was the catcher. And one of the catchers that had 20 or more home runs like Realmuto. 1-2. Fouled away, third base side. I'll skip past Dusty Wathan, the third base coach. Darren Daulton had back-to-back seasons with 20 or more home runs. Had a career-high 27 in 1992. Also led the senior circuit with 109 driven in. The follow-up, prior to the World Series run, 24 regular season home runs for Darren Daulton. And he was the one that had Joe Carter's bat ringing in his ears when he was behind the plate. And then watch Joe touch them all. 1-2. Runner takes off for third. The pitch is low, And Real Muto will go to third uncontested. That was close. The Walker, John Schneider, they're not pleased with that ball call. Thought that pitch was good enough to be a strike. But it wasn't. Fastball was inside, looking at the pitch box. Two-two. Chopped off at the plate, and that'll skip its way foul, first base side. $18 stolen bases now for JT Realmuto. I mentioned that milestone. If he can get to 20. Pudge Rodriguez did it in 1999 when he hit 35 home runs and stole 25 bases. You know that's in the back of his mind. First run of the night for the Phillies in the forefront. We're scoreless in the sixth. And the 2-2 pitch. Bounding ball towards Spurs. Picked by Guerrero. Good feed towards Gausman. Catches it in stride. Gets to first to retire the side. And the Phillies leave another in scoring position. The seventh runner stranded tonight. Left at third base. Kevin Gausman firing a 5-hit shutout through the first 6 in Philly. Nothing across as we move to the seventh. This is Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Baseball is in full swing. Why not enjoy great Pilsner taste from Miller Lite, the official beer sponsor of MLB? 90 calories and 3 grams of carbs per 355 milliliters. Must be legal drinking age. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Ready for the next level? Looney Dogs Night. This season at Rogers Center, every Tuesday home game is Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. You'll have the opportunity to power up and purchase $1 hot dogs from concession stands around the ballpark.
Hot dog! You got it right here.
Hot dogs. Get your hot dogs here. No Blue Jays game is complete without hot dogs, so don't miss out on this hot dog of a deal. Looney Dogs Night presented by Schneider's, every Tuesday home game. For more info and tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
We're 2 men in a truck, the movers who care. You never know when cardiac arrest can happen. That's why each and every one of our trucks carries a life-saving Mikey defibrillator as part of our Mikey on Board program. Whether we're on the highway or in front of your house, we're prepared to help anyone whose heart may skip a beat. The Mikey Network has saved many lives, making Mikey's accessible to the public. And now they're on board our trucks. We're 2 men in a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
Baseball is in full swing. Why not enjoy great Pilsner taste from Miller Lite, the official beer sponsor of MLB? 90 calories and 3 grams of carbs per 355 milliliters. Must be legal drinking age. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Is that a gazelle, or is that just George Springer trotting around the bases again?
George Springer with a leadoff home run.
The Toronto Blue Jays live here on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
There's absolutely nothing better than October baseball in person, and you're going to want to be at Rogers Center when it gets louder than any other park in the league. And the Blue Jays need you to be part of it. Postseason tickets go on sale Tuesday, September the 27th at 10 a.m. Mark your calendars right now and visit bluejays.com/postseason to get yours. Looking for advanced access today? Well, one step further, become a 2023 full season or quarter season ticket member and lock in your postseason tickets right now. That's bluejays.com/postseason. General public gets access Tuesday, September the 27th at 10 a.m. Blue Jays with a magic number of 8. Going into action tonight, Philadelphia scoreless, moving to the 7th. Matt Chapman, Teoscar Hernandez, and Raimel Tapia will face the lefty Jose Alvarado in a pitching change, brought to you by Certainty. Certainty Pro all the way. That magic number in a wild card race that is led by the Blue Jays, but a wild card certainly that gets impacted with Blue Jay wins or Oriole losses. We'll peek at the out-of-town scoreboard coming up in a second. Pitch to Matt Chapman. It's outside from the lefty. Ball 1. Zach Wheeler goes through 4 shutout on 2 hit, a 3-hit shutout, and 2 frames by Noah Syndergaard. And now the big arm of Alvarado. 1-0 to Chapman. Fastball's high. 99-mile-an-hour sinking fastball. It's 2 balls and no strikes on Chapman. St. Louis Bar and Grill out of town scoreboard tonight. Check that magic number impact. Orioles with a 3-0 lead over the Tigers. The ball game is in the 6th. 2-0. Fastball 99's high. 3 balls and no strikes. Blue Jays would certainly love a leadoff walk. .3-0. Not close. That's upstairs. There it is. A leadoff walk. Second time in as many bats, the Blue Jays have the leadoff man on. Quick refresh of that St. Louis Bar and Grill out of town scoreboard. Kyle Stowers has stretched out the Orioles' lead with a second home run in the big leagues. It's now 5-1. Baltimore leading Detroit, top of the 7th inning. The Rays scored. Didn't do that in nearly 30 innings. Single tallies in the 6th and in the 7th. But they gave up 3 in the 8th to the Houston Astros. Astros lead it 4-2 in the 8th. Teoscar Hernandez bats. Lefty's pitch downstairs, ball 1. Kyle Tucker with his 29th for Houston. Isaac Paredes, the solo home run, his 20th of the year. That's the scoring happening at the Trop tonight. Next stop for the Blue Jays in St. Petersburg, the 4-gamer that begins tomorrow night. Reds have a 4-1 lead in the 7th inning over the Boston Red Sox. First inning grand slam, the strength of the New York Yankees now in front 6-2 over the Pirates in the bottom of the 6th. 1-0. Well, you know it's a strike because Philly rejoiced. Chapman with the lead at first. 1-1. Hernandez fouls it away. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Teoscar. One ball and 2 strikes on Hernandez. He's bounced to second and to short. A 4-hit last night for Teoscar. Couple of doubles, a new career high with 30. One-two, fouled back. Hernandez would love to plug the gap here. Double number 29 and 30 last night, equaling and then passing the prior career high. Was posted last season and in 2019. Runner at first, nobody out. The pitch, swing and a miss. Hernandez chased a 100-mile-an-hour fastball up and away. He's down on strikes. Raimel Tapia was hovering in that on-deck circle. He's been summoned back. And the Blue Jays will counter a left-handed batter against the port sider in Alvarado for Danny Jansen. Jansen had a couple of doubles last night with 3 hits in the opener in Philadelphia. Jansen's a .260 hitter on the season with 13 home runs and 36 driven in. Blue Jays looking for a big strike. Jansen certainly had him over his last 19 games, with 10 extra base hits and 11 driven in. The pitch. Down and in over the laces of Jano. Ball 1. Chapman takes a leadoff walk. One down here in the 7th in a scoreless game. One-0. Fouled back. 1 ball and 1 strike. Jansen 4 for his last 8 at the plate. Interesting move by the Blue Jays. When Danny Jansen replaced Raimel Tapia, there was also another swap on the on-deck circle. Kevin Biggio, a left-handed batter, is out on deck. Alvarado's 1-1. Jansen swings and he lines it to the gap in right center field. On the move, Maton tracks it down. Maton went breaking to his right, got a great jump, and with the slice from a right-handed batter, that ball was veering back his way. Makes a nice backhanded catch on a drive by Jansen. Put a solid swing on it, made good contact, but it hung in the air just long enough for Maton to track it down. Chapman goes back to first. 2 out here in the 7th. And Kevin Biggio is off the pine. He's going to pitch hit for Santiago Espinal. This goes against the grain a little bit, but the Blue Jays look at a number of things, not only lefty on lefty and splits in the traditional sense, but they look at everything in pitch repertoire, the plane that the ball is thrown, how a ball is thrown, and even a swing path of the batter. That's why Biggio gets the nod from his manager and John Schneider. 1 for 5 last night with an RBI. Lefty on lefty, the pitch is a fastball low. And oh, by the way, the human element factoring in here. Alvarado's been all over the place, and Kevin Biggio's got a great eye. We're in the 7th. No score. The pitch. Fastball called low. Borderline pitch goes in favor of the batter. And it's 2 balls and no strikes. The 2-0 on the inside corner at 99. Blue Jays looking for a big hit. A shift to the right. The 2-1. Fouled away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two down, 2 balls, 2 strikes. 9 more thousand in the ballpark tonight than last night. 29,363 with us in Philadelphia. Watch a good ball game. The 2-2. Bounce to the plate by Alvarado and right off the chest of Real Muto. It's 3-2, and this will put Chapman in motion. Alec Baum straddles second base in the shift. Holds his index finger above his cap and wheels it around, indicating to everybody on the diamond that Chapman will be in motion. Now he strolls back to his right, deep at short. A significant shift by the Phillies. They've got Stott and Segura still standing on the skin portion of the diamond, but flanked off, expecting Biggio to pull if he hits it on the ground. Outfield lined up straight away. Wind blowing out over the center field wall here in Philly. It's a gentle breeze, but enough to assist. 3-2 coming in. Runner goes. The pitch. Check swing by Biggio. Did he go? Called by the home plate umpire for going around. Strike 3. The inning is over. Blue Jays can't do anything with the leadoff walk from Alvarado. And in downtown Philly, it's time to stretch midway through the 7th inning. Zeros for the Phillies and the Blue Jays in this pitcher's duel. This is Blue Jays baseball served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This September, Chicago Gourmet is going Uberboard. Join host Chef Sarah Gruenberg for Prost in the Park, a new Oktoberfest-style event with chef takes on classic German delights, Uba bands, fun cocktails, and delicious craft beer. From familiar favorites to a big collection of local craft breweries, get ready to toast at this Sunday Fun Day on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Prost in the Park, Sunday, September 25th. Tickets at chicagogourmet.org. Presented by Performance Food Service.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
Ready to improve your bottom line? The Room can match you with a top financial analyst. Trusted by small businesses, startups, and entrepreneurs, The Room's virtual financial analysts are highly trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Drive business growth with a virtual financial analyst from The Room. It's like listening to all the financial programs rolled into one. Get started today at trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
How's your mental health? I'm listening with Michael Phelps.
You know, I think for me in 2014, when I found myself in that dark place where I didn't want to be alive in those 4 days when I was in my room by myself, I wanted to find a different way. I wanted to find a different answer. I was sick and tired of feeling how I felt. And that's why I started to seek help. And that's when I checked myself into a treatment center.
Join us for Odyssey's I'm Listening 2-hour national mental health conversation, Wednesday, September 21st at 6 p.m. Talk saves lives.
And shut your mouth.
Thanks for joining us for Blue Jays baseball tonight in Philadelphia, where nothing has happened in the run call after 6.5 innings. Out of the stretch, Phillies, Blue Jays are scoreless. A couple of changes defensively for the Blue Jays. A straight change with Kevin Biggio staying in the ballgame to play second after pinch hitting for Santiago Espinal. Blue Jays have Jackie Bradley Jr. in right field. Whit Merrifield has left right field to play in left. So the Blue Jays using Danny Jansen to pitch hit for Raimel Tapia, and then Jackie Bradley Jr. now in that number 7 spot on the lineup card. Phillies will start with Nick Maton, Matt Verling, and Kyle Schwarber. And the Blue Jays have made a pitching change as well. Kevin Gausman goes through 6 shutout. This pitching change is brought to you by Certainteed Pro all the way. It's the lefty, Tim Meza. Here's the final line on Kevin Gausman tonight over his 6 shutout innings. He allowed 5 hits. All were singles. He issued 2 walks and struck out 8. Meza deals to the right-handed batting Maton. No, take that back. It's going to be Dalton Guthrie to pinch hit. Guthrie came off the bench last night and hit his first home run in the major leagues. Right-handed batter takes low, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. Meza deals the 2-0. Bounce to the plate. It's 3 balls and no strikes. Action in the Phillies bullpen. Right-hander starts to loosen. Fanatic on top of the Phillies dugout, swinging his hips like he's his own Liberty Bell. Rocking back and forth. 3-0 outside, ball 4. Guthrie draws a 4-pitch leadoff walk here to start the 7th for the Phillies. Phillies have had trouble with runners on. They've stranded 7 and gone 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position. Beerley, the number 9 batter. Meza gets the transponder. The pitch, squaring around, a bunt. Past the mound in the reach of Meza. Out to second. Biggio has no play. Everybody's safe. A high enough bounce, enough pace on it to clear the extended reach of Meza's right arm. And a do-or-die attempt with the bare hand from Kevin Biggio. No chance. Everybody's safe. A walk now stands at second, and a bunt single for Vierling. Nobody out, 2 on. At the top of the card, coming around. Kyle Schwarber, the batter. Big ball game for the Philadelphia Phillies. They're trying to keep pace in front of a surging Brewers team. Shut out the New York Mets earlier today. The standings update presented by Bet365. With Bet365, you can bet on things like player props, totals, and money lines across many different sports. 19-plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. Phillies have a 2-game lead for the 3rd spot in the wild card. Schwarber starts to square, pulls back, and a guy with 40 home runs takes low, ball 1. First run of the ball game stands at second. The 1-0. Schwarber pops it up behind the plate. Kirk gives it a glance, but it's off into the seats. Feels like this is one of the moments in the ball game. It's been scoreless all night. The top of the Phillies order, just as dangerous as the Blue Jays. The 1-1. Take it high. 2 balls and 1 strike. Schwarber, twice been struck down by Kevin Gausman, and he's flied to right. Dangerous hitter in the leadoff spot. The 2-1. Pulled down to first. Grabbed by Guerrero. Long throw to second for 1. No return by Bo. Middle runner taken off on the fielder's choice. Well, the Blue Jays get 1 out, and they keep a double play in order. Guthrie now stands at third. On the corners for Rhys Hoskins. He struck out, bounced to short, and walked. Jimmy Garcia is loosening in the bullpen for Toronto. Sir Anthony Dominguez is loosening for the Phillies. The 8th inning will belong to the right-hander for Philadelphia. This inning, certainly a pickle for the Blue Jays. 1 out, runners on the corners, and here comes Pete Walker to relay the scouting report on Rhys Hoskins. Right-handed batter at the plate. Hoskins tonight 0 for 2 with the walk. We talk about the threat in the top third, like the Blue Jays lineup. They've got some thump. Kyle Schwarber with 40 home runs. Rhys Hoskins with 28. Bryce Harper standing out on deck. This is Rhys Hoskins. 1 away from matching last year's, he's already passed last year's home run total. In 2019, he hit 29. And his first full season in the major leagues, hit 34 home runs. Big guy on the hill. Facing Meza, that's surrounded by tons of friends and family here in Philadelphia. Pitches a fastball on the inside corner, strike one. Meza has a brand new home, 1 hour away here from Philly. Spent the off day at home. Traveled in. Got mom, dad, his little baby, and one on the way. 0-1. Right at the knees at 93 miles an hour, and it's 0-2 on Hoskins. Scoreless in the seventh. Guthrie, pinch hit, took a leadoff walk. Now Schwarber's at first. Swing and a miss by Hoskins. Fastball at 94 miles an hour. He goes down on strikes. 2 out in the seventh. Phillies left a runner in scoring position in the second. Left runners on at first and third in the fifth. Left a runner at third in the sixth. Now here in the seventh, it's Bryce Harper with 2 outs. Runners on at first and third. Harper's 0 for 3 tonight. The pitch. Fastball pumped right over for called strike one. First and third for the Phillies. We're scoreless. The pitch, low and away. 1 ball and 1 strike on Harper. Harper was at the plate with the bases loaded and 2 outs in the fifth inning. Hit the first pitch right back to Kevin Gausman. The 1-1, low and away. 2 balls and 1 strike. The third straight at bat that the Phillies have had a runner at third. This game still is scoreless. Harper stares out. The 2-1 pitch. On the outside corner, called strike. That'll even the count on Harper at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Normally, this ballpark would be whipped into a frenzy. A lot of nervous energy right now for Philly fans. The 2-2. Bounce to the plate off the mitt of Alejandro Kirk. He keeps this game scoreless with the block. They're asking for noise here at Citizens Bank Park. Sheepishly, it's starting to be delivered. Blue Jays have won all 3 head-to-head between the Phillies and the Blue Jays this season. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Harper goes down on strikes. Meza's fired up. The Blue Jays have stranded a Philly at third base for the 4th straight inning. And we're scoreless going to the 8th. This is Blue Jays baseball served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This September, Chicago Gourmet is going Uberboard. Join host Chef Sarah Gruenberg for Prost in the Park, a new Oktoberfest-style event with chef takes on classic German delights, Uba bands, fun cocktails, and delicious craft beer. From familiar favorites to a big collection of local craft breweries, get ready to toast at this Sunday Fun Day on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Prost in the Park, Sunday, September 25th. Tickets at chicagogourmet.org. Presented by Performance Food Service.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
Looking for cloud, data, or web help? There's no tech shortage in The Room. The Room is a talent community offering highly skilled, ready-to-work talent when you need it. The Room's tech talent is trained to Silicon Valley standards, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and individually matched to fit your needs. Find top-tier tech talent fast, just like the kind of people who developed this cool streaming app you're on right now. Visit trytheroom.com/tech.
Don't call him Teoscar the Grouch.
Who is kicking my can?
The man's no slouch at the plate. Teoscar Hernandez and the Blue Jays live here on Sportsnet 590 The
Fan. Fan Appreciation Weekend is presented by TD, October 1st and 2nd, and it's all about the best fans in the league. You've been with us all season, helping bring the Blue Jays to the next level. And on Saturday, October the 1st, the first 15,000 fans will receive a Blue Jays vest. This is one you won't want to miss. Visit BlueJays.com for more. Top of the 8th inning, the Blue Jays have been tremendous on the mound tonight, shutting out the Philadelphia Phillies on 6 hits. And for the third straight inning, the Phillies left a runner at third base. Phillies tonight have stranded 9 and gone 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position. Blue Jays have 5 hits and they haven't scored yet. They'll try to do it against Sir Anthony Dominguez. First pitch to Whit Merrifield is a fastball that he jackknifes out of the way and takes ball 1. No score, top of the 8th. Sir Anthony Dominguez is coming aboard courtesy of Certainteed, pro all the way. Lively right-hander. The pitch. Merrifield swings and misses. 1 ball and 1 strike on Witt, who's 0 for 2 tonight. Outs the third and struck out swing. Oh, 1-1. Straightens up the Blue Jays left fielder. Along with Sir Anthony Dominguez on the mound. Dalton Guthrie has stayed in after pinch hitting for Nick Maton. It's a straight change with Guthrie planted in right. The 2-1. Swinging a line drive into left field. Schwarber breaks to his right. Can't get there in time. It's down for a base hit. Merrifield with outstanding speed corks a leadoff single to start the 8th for Toronto. Good hit for Witt. See if we can get into scoring position. Top of the order for George Springer. Springer's 1 for 3, bouncing out twice. Dominguez zips a fastball in there at 98 miles an hour for strike 1. Springer started the 6th with a leadoff base hit. Went to 3rd on Bo Bichette's single. Blue Jays had runners on the corners, but Alejandro Kirk bounced in to an inning-ending double play. Best chance the Blue Jays had to score tonight. 0-1. Springer takes low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Ample opportunities all night for the Phillies. But the Blue Jays have made pitches when they had to. All the way back to the 2nd inning when Kevin Gausman left runners at 1st and 2nd. Runners were left on every base in the 5th inning. A runner stranded at 3rd in the 6th. And Meza just stranded runners on the corners in the 7th. 1-1. Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 2 strikes now on Springer. 1-2. Ground ball out to the shortstop. Stott's got it. Trouble with the exchange, and then he threw it away over the reach of Segura into shallow center field. Merrifield pops up. He races to third. The Phillies were gifted an out to the shortstop, and Stott alligator armed the throw to Segura. He couldn't reel it in. Everybody is safe, and now the Blue Jays are threatening with nobody out here in the 8th. E6. Springer reaches on a fielder's choice. Merrifield leaning down on his knees, getting some conversation from Luis Rivera, the third base coach, as the Phillies draw the infield in. Springer adjusts the mitt over his right palm. He's at first. Merrifield leads away at third. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., the batter. Vladdy's trying to extend his hit streak. And what a time to do it. The pitch. Fastball is up and away. That's ball 1. 13 games in a row with a knock for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. He tucks the handle of his bat under his left armpit, cinches up the Velcro over his right hand and then his left. Looks out at the fourth Phillies pitcher tonight, the 1-0. Guerrero smokes it. Deep left field. You can forget it. What a blast by Vladimir Guerrero Jr. A frozen rope to the seats in left field. And the Blue Jays have a 3-0 lead. Number 30 on the season for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. sizzles one to the seats here in the 8th. And he sends Philly fans up the aisle. They're packing their bags and they're going home. What a home run from Vladimir Guerrero Jr. That swing had some anger in it. Man, oh man. Here's Bo. Bichette takes a strike at the knees. I'm not kidding. I mean, this place was on its edge of a seat to begin with. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. hits a line drive home run into the seats above the wall in left field. And now fans are gathering their belongings and they're heading up the aisles. How about number 30 from Vladimir Guerrero Jr.? The 1-1 to Bichette. Hugs the line at first, circled by Hoskins. He's got it. Finds Dominguez at first base. 3-1 on the bounce out. 1 down. Three 0 Toronto here in the 8th. Alejandro Kirk bats. Takes a slider low and away. Ball 1. Vladdy's hit it 14 straight. And what a way to extend it. The 1-0 to Kirk. Inside. 2 balls and no strikes. Dominguez straightens up. And the 2-0. Fouled back. It's 2-1 on Alejandro. Blue Jays got a leadoff single from Whit Merrifield. A ball bounced out to the shortstop, botched by Stott. His throw went over the second baseman. Runners were on the corners, and the very next pitch would have cracked the Liberty Bell. 2-1. Low and away. 3 balls and 1 strike. I mean, it was absolutely blistered by Vladimir Guerrero Jr. That was the Vladdy of old. An absolute laser home run by Vladimir Guerrero Jr. that went off the bat at 110. Swinging a foul back. It's 3-2 on Kirk. It came in at 99 and it left at 110. 429 feet. Three nothing Blue Jays. 3-2 is low, ball 4. 58th walk taken by Alejandro Kirk this season. Blue Jays trying to tee up a 2-game series sweep to open up this road trip. We're bringing it to you from the Crown Rust Protection broadcast booth. Protect your vehicle with Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Book your appointment today. Crown, protect, maintain, save. Matt Chapman, the batter. Takes high, ball 1. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. His feet kicked down at the end of the dugout on the top step. Grabbing the iPad. Taking a look. Dominguez deals. Chapman swings and misses. 1 ball and 1 strike. Taking a look at the iPad. After a signature home run. Number 30 on the season for Vladdy. 1-1. Chapman takes down and away. Two 2-1 is low. 3 balls and 1 strike on Chapman. 23 pitches from Sir Anthony Dominguez. He's thrown more balls than strikes. Three 1. Swing and a miss. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Chapman. 1 down, runner at first. Three 2. Inside, ball 4. That reaction gives you the sense of how things are going. Here comes Robbie Thompson to make a pitching change. Consecutive walks, the first to Kirk, the next to Chapman. Blue Jays have runners at first and second, still 1 out. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. has powered the Blue Jays in front with his 30th home run of the season. It's 3-0 Toronto here in the top of the 8th inning. A pitching change is being brought to you by Certainty. Certainty Pro all the way. Let's go back to baseball control tonight and say good evening to Show Ali.
Good evening, Ben. And before we get to that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, some audio. Today was media day for many NHL franchises. I think all of them across the league. Of course, hockey returns for training camp now, preseason soon, the regular season on October 11th. With media day comes a few quotes, of course. And after Nathan McKinnon got paid this past week, here's Austin Matthews being asked about a potential new deal.
I understand why I'm being asked, but at the same time, I'm focused on this season. I'm focused on obviously, winning and continuing to improve and help push this team over the edge. So, I'm just focused on this season and what's to come in the future. Obviously, when that time comes, we'll deal with it. But I think I've been pretty clear. I've loved my time here. I really love playing in the city of Toronto. I think, I consider it home now. So I've really enjoyed my time. My teammates have been incredible year after year. It's nice to have the support that this city brings. And obviously, we're all working towards that one ultimate goal. So I appreciate the question, but I'm not going to be entertaining this question all year. I understand why you guys want to talk about it, but at the same time, there's nothing that can be done. I'm under contract for 2 more years. I can't extend for another 10 months. So I'll just kind of leave it at that.
That's Austin Matthews speaking earlier this afternoon. Quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Pirates at Yankees. Yankees lead 7-2. Rookie Oswaldo Cabrera with a grand slam. Gleyber Torres with an RBI single and a home run. Astros at Rays. Houston just wrapping up a 5-2 win over Tampa. Kyle Tucker and Martin Maldonado both hitting home runs tonight. That's a quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball, served up by the always game-ready Jack Links Meats next. Let's get you back down to Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia. Here's our very own Ben Wagner with the call of tonight's game.
All right, thanks a lot, Joe. Nick Nelson, the 26-year-old right-hander, appears for the Phillies after an 8th inning absolutely blew up on Sir Anthony Dominguez and the Philadelphia Phillies. Leadoff base hit, and then George Springer hit one to the shortstop. Then Bryson Stott made a throwing error over the head of Gene Segura. Merrifield popped up at second, advanced over to third. Blue Jays had runners at first and third, threatening for the game's first run. And Vladimir Guerrero Jr. said, "Forget one, I want all 3 on number 30. A 110-mile-an-hour line drive raced to the seats in left field, and the Blue Jays had a 3-0 lead on the 30th strike of the season for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Bo Bichette bounced out. There's 1 out. Sir Anthony Dominguez then issued back-to-back walks. That brings in the right-hander, Nick Nelson. First pitch, cut on and missed by Teoscar Hernandez for strike 1. 3-0 Blue Jays. Hernandez is 0 for 3 tonight. 0-1. Swing and a miss. No balls and 2 strikes on Teoscar. Kirk, the lead runner at second. Chapman behind him. For a Blue Jay team that is trying to hit their high water mark of the year and go 21 games over 500. The first time since 2015 in that magical run where the Blue Jays surged in the postseason. The 0-2. That's high. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Toronto finished 24 games over the 500 mark in 2015. Blue Jays are playing their best baseball since. 1-2. Fouled away at the plate. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is going to get credit a whole lot, and deservedly so, for a Blue Jays win tonight if the score holds. But how about the Blue Jays pitching? In the 6th inning, Kevin Gausman leaves a runner at third base. Then Tim Meza strands runners at first and third in the 7th. Nelson straightens high. The right-hander peers in. A 1-2. That's very high on Hernandez, and it evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Quick peek at the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. The Astros have posted a final at the Trop, a 5-2 win over the Rays. 2-2. That's inside. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Check in on New York. Find out what's going on between the Philadelphia Phillies. We're in Philly. The Pittsburgh Pirates and the New York Yankees. They moved into the bottom of the 8th. New York has opened up an 8-2 lead. Three-two. That's high, ball 4. Third straight batter to appear to draw a walk. The bases are loaded for Jackie Bradley Jr. In that Yankee game, Gleyber Torres has hit his 22nd of the year. Oswaldo Cabrera, as Show Ali mentioned just a moment ago, a first-inning grand slam for his 3rd of the season. Big number for the Yankees at the start, and they've carried it now through late. 8-2 over the Pirates. Reds knocked off the Red Sox tonight, 5-1. Bases loaded for Jackie Bradley Jr. Hit his first home run as a Blue Jay last night. Here's the pitch. Outside, ball one. Eight pitches, 5 balls issued by Nelson. Blue Jays tried to deliver a knockout blow. 1-0. Popped up beyond third base. Loping back is Baum. Straddles the chalk. Infield fly roll with the bases loaded. Catch is made on the foul side of the chalk. 2 outs here in the 8th. Two down. Sacks are still packed. Kevin Biggio, the batter, his second time up. Nelson with the bases loaded around him. Kirk, Chapman, and Hernandez all on. The pitch to Cavan. Fouled back towards our feet. Lands in the front row, the second deck. In and out of the Bryce Harper lookalike. The man is crushed. He's absolutely crushed. He didn't make the play. Buddy, it's a $12 baseball. Relax. Right in and out of his bare hands. Now he's being consoled by an usher. Biggio waits. The 0-1. In for a slider called strike. It's 0-2. Three 0 Toronto. We're in the 8th. Ninth man to bat. The 0-2. Fouled away at the dish. Three 0 Blue Jays on the 30th home run of the season for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. That gave him more than 300 RBIs in the big leagues. Youngest player in franchise history that's homegrown to drive in 300 or more. Now with 301. Bases loaded. Nelson's 0-2. And Biggio takes strike 3 off the outside corner. 9 men come to the plate. And the Blue Jays loudly make their presence known in Philadelphia. A 3-run home run from Vladimir Guerrero Jr. His 30th of the season was a no-doubter. Midway through the 8th, 3-0 Toronto. This is Blue Jays baseball served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Baseball is in.
Get ready for Chicago Gourmet. This September 22nd through 25th, Chicago Gourmet is creating a stir with a weekend of spirited events, serving up delicious food, premium wines, spirits, and beer. Join world-class chefs Rick Bayless, Stephanie Izard, Danielle Boulou, Sarah Gruenberg, and more for gourmet fun on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Tickets will sell out. Get yours today at chicagogourmet.org. From the Illinois Restaurant Association, Southern Glazers Wine and Spirits, and Choose Chicago.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
Ready to improve your bottom line? The Room can match you with a top financial analyst. Trusted by small businesses, startups, and entrepreneurs, The Room's virtual financial analysts are highly trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Drive business growth with a virtual financial analyst from The Room. It's like listening to all the financial programs rolled into one. Get started today at trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
Bottom 8 in Philadelphia, where the Blue Jays have a 3-0 lead courtesy of Vladimir Guerrero Jr. His 3-run home run at the top half of this frame, breaking a scoreless tie through 7. You felt like this ball game was just about ready to teeter one way or the other. When Tim Maza left the runner at third base, he left the mound pumped up. Third straight frame that the Phillies have had a runner at third base and unable to score him. And then the Blue Jays were gifted an opportunity with a throwing error from Bryson Stott. The rookie set up the big frame, and the next pitch, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. cranked it over the wall and left. Blue Jays in front 3-0, and now Jimmy Garcia's aboard. This pitching change brought to you by Certainty. Certainty Pro all the way. JT Realmuto, Alec Baum, and then Bryson Stott. 4, 5, and 6 in the Philly order. Righty on righty with Garcia, who deals. First pitch, missed low and away, ball 1. Always interesting to see what version of Jimmy Garcia we'll find when he hits the hill. There's been the 97-mile-an-hour fastball from Jimmy Garcia, or there's been a lot of run on a four-seam fastball from Jimmy Garcia that hovers around 93 miles an hour. And just because the first pitch tells you doesn't mean the second pitch isn't going to give you a different story. The pitch, a fastball at 93 on the top part of the zone. Evens the count on Realmuto at 1-1. Out of play off to the right. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Infield, back, outfield, pretty much straight away. Springer, a couple of strides to his left in straightaway center. 1-2. That's it high and deep. Up the left field line, turned around and gone. JT Realmuto will cut into the Blue Jay lead with a solo home run that leads off the 8th. His 21st of the season. 3-1 Toronto. Realmuto has had a big series against the Blue Jays. He became the first National League catcher with 5 hits last night. And tonight he was robbed of a base hit by Matt Chapman. Picked up a single but stranded at third back of the 6th. He flexes here in the 8th off Garcia and hits a solo home run. Blue Jays in front 3-1. Garcia back to work. Picks the outside corner on Alec Baum. Seventh home run allowed this season by Garcia. Fastball's outside. 1 ball and 1 strike on Baum. Glove press against the rib cage on the left side of Garcia. Now he steps off, adjusts the pant leg. Flexes out the fingertips on his throwing hand. Long stare in, working with Alejandro Kirk. They're not on the same page. He adjusts again. Now we're ready to go. 1-1. Comebacker, knocked down by Garcia. He fields on the bounce. Throws to first in time to get the out. That play set up quickly on Jimmy Garcia on the comebacker. The trainer, Jose Ministral, is on the top step of the dugout. He's going to make a visit with John Schneider. He's waving away the medical staff and the skipper. He's giving a thumbs up towards Jose Ministral, but Ministeral's not buying it. He wants to make sure that Jimmy Garcia is okay. hit him on a bounce and then ricocheted off the thigh. He ran underneath the bounce. Garcia able to take in his own rebound and then convert. I didn't mark that down. 1-1-3. Blue Jays 3, Phillies 1. We're in the 8th. Bryson Stott is 0 for 3. The pitch. Swoops in, called strike 1. The ball that Springer hit where Stott sent it over a second baseman on the fielder's choice, I don't think was going to get 2, but the Phillies were for certain going to get 1. The 0-1 picks the outside corner from the veteran right-hander, and it's 0-2 on the rookie. But boy, did the Blue Jays ever pull salt right into the wound. The 0-2, swing and a miss. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. Stott's down on strikes, so there are 2 away in the 8th. Blue Jays with a 3-1 lead here in Philly. Zane Segura, the batter. Got aboard on an error. Took a leadoff walk in the 5th inning. Was left at third base, and then he hit a ground ball down to first. Retired in the 6th. Officially 0 for 2 with the walk. Garcia deals. Check swing at the fastball that tailed outside. Called strike. Not offered at, but a called strike. Oh, 1. Weak ground ball past the left side of the mound. Shuffling over. Bichette's got it. Airmails a throw wide of the first baseman. That slips in the open gate of the Phillies dugout. Slow ground ball, chewed up a ton of time. Bichette rushes the throw and sends it to the arm side. Segura with 2 outs reaches on an infield single, but he'll take second base on the throwing error from Bo. It's definitely going to go down as a base hit. And then the throwing error gets the runner at scoring position. Tying run at the plate. Dalton Guthrie takes the first pitch in there for a called strike from Garcia. Guthrie making his second plate appearance. Took a leadoff walk in the 7th inning, facing Tim Meza. Oh, 1. Low and away. 1 ball and 1 strike. Blue Jays 3, Phillies 1. Trying to line up a season sweep over the Phillies and win all 4 head-to-head. 1-1. On the outside corner, called strike. It's 1-2. This is where you've got the repertoire of the veteran trying to work over a rookie who's playing in his 7th game. The 1-2 pitch is low. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Blue Jays leading by a pair. And the 2-2. That's high. It's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Not known for his pop, only 10 home runs in the minor leagues for a career high. The 3-2. A little liner into right field, down for a base hit. Near the line, it checks up. Segura will score. He's in from second. Bradley with a throw back towards first base on an RBI single from Dalton Guthrie. A flare into right field, drives home the run. And it's a 3-2 Toronto lead here in the eighth. Pete Walker, the pitching coach. I'm skipping a jump off the top step of the dugout. Base hit the opposite way for Guthrie. It's a 2-run eighth for the Phillies. A 3-2 lead for the Blue Jays. Everybody on the diamonds around Jimmy Garcia. The huddle breaks up. Alejandro Kirk cleans out his cleats on the scrub pad and is in a stroll with Chris Guccione, the home plate umpire, back behind the dish. Matt Vierling is the batter. Vierling is 3 for 3 tonight at the plate, singling all 3 times up. The tying run stands at first here in Philly. Vierling, the right-handed batter, second year in the big leagues. The pitch. Outside. Garcia trying to land the curveball and get in front. A Brewers win today, a Phillies loss would make it just a 1-game difference in the wild card in the National League. (1-0), fouled away, third base side. 1 ball and 1 strike. Jordan Romano is loosening up in the Toronto Blue Jays bullpen. David Robertson, he's up and tossing on the Phillies side. Bullpens are stacked here in Philadelphia, just to the right of the batter's eye. Blue Jays in front, 3-2. We're in the eighth. The 1-1 zips over for a called strike, and it's 1-2. Tying run at first with good wheels. Guthrie steps off his lead. The 1-2, fouled back. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Kevin Gausman got the start tonight. He went with 6 shutout. Tim Mesa continued it. Blue Jays scored their runs in the 8th on the Vladimir Guerrero Jr. 3-run homer, his 30th of the season. The pitch popped up and out of play over the first base dugout. One ball and 2 strikes. Guthrie gets some instruction from his first base coach. Blows on his right hand. Now steps his lead away from first. The 1-2. Ground ball into right field, a base hit. Guthrie speeds around second. He's on his way to third. Vierling serves one the opposite way. Runners are on the corners. A 2-out rally that continues for the Phillies. It started with a leadoff home run to get the Phils on the board. Segura strikes and takes advantage of a throwing error. Dalton Guthrie drops a base hit into right field to score Segura. And now Vierling guides one into right field to put pressure on the Blue Jays and force the pitching change. It's being brought to you by Certainteed. Certainteed Pro all the way. Garcia departs with Vierling at first and the tying run with Guthrie standing at third. Jordan Romano jogs in from the bullpen for Toronto. Let's go back to baseball control and visit with Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Ben. And before we get back to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, some more audio again from NHL Media Day. Of course, hockey returns for training camp. Now, preseason soon, the regular season on October 11th. This next quote from Leafs general manager Kyle Dubas discussing his potential new contract, which likely won't come until the end of the coming season.
I fully expect to be judged on the full body of my work over the 5-year term of my contract. And I have zero issue with being evaluated over the entire body of work here. I have full belief in our players, in our staff, in our group, and that we're going to have a great season. And my focus every single day will be on continuing to support them, continuing to make the decisions that put the team in the best position in the short and the long run. And I think anybody that truly knows me or that it's ever worked with me knows that that's all I'll do every single day is pour everything I have into doing what's right for the Toronto Maple Leafs and setting the team, continuing to set the team up for success in the short and long run.
That's Kyle Dubas speaking to the media earlier today. Quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Major League scores, Pirates at Yankees. We were all waiting on the 61st homer of the year from Aaron Judge, but nothing so far from him tonight. The Yankees still lead 14-2. Rookie Oswaldo Cabrera with a grand slam and an RBI double. Gleyber Torres with an RBI single and 2 home runs tonight. Both home runs coming in the same inning. Huge night for Torres. Tigers at O's. Baltimore crutches Detroit 8-1. That's a quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Let's get you back down to Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia. Jordan Romano on the mound for the Jays. Here's Ben Wagner with the call.
All right, thanks a lot, Joe. It's the first appearance since Romano lost that heartbreaker against the Baltimore Orioles on Sunday. He makes his first appearance here in Philadelphia. Remember, the Blue Jays were off on Monday. They had a wild one last night, so the services of the leverage arms not really needed outside David Phelps, who just put a calming effect into the finishing touches of last night's 18-11 Blue Jay win. Now tonight, certainly much different. This ball game was shutout style between the Phillies and the Blue Jays through 7. At the top of the 8th inning, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. crushed a 3-run home run. It was 3-0 Toronto. JT Realmuto led off the home half off of Jimmy Garcia, making it 3-1. RBI base hit by Dalton Guthrie draws the Phillies within 1. And now Kyle Schwarber stands in the box. And the first pitch from Jordan Romano is the slider up and away, ball 1. The tying run is at third. The go-ahead run for the Phillies stands at first. And certainly there's a boatload of trouble in the batter's box with a man that's launched 40 home runs this season. Second only to the 60 crushed by Aaron Judge of the New York Yankees. Schwarber stares out the 1-0. Up and out. 2 balls and no strikes. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. had Philly fans packing their belongings and heading up the aisles. Within the next 3 outs, certainly a different kind of energy here in Philly. The 2-0, fouled away. Romano reaching back for another slider that's tipped away foul for strike 1 on Schwarber. Now 2 balls and 1 strike on the Philly leadoff man. It's been quite the 8th inning. There's seemingly every big pitch went for anyone that's handling the pressure on the mound, either for Philly or for Toronto through the first 7 innings of this ball game. Certainly the bats have come alive here in the 8th. 3-2 Blue Jays. The pitch. Outside. Romano tried to backdoor the slider. He's 1 ball away from moving the go-ahead run into scoring position. And he would load the bases for Rhys Hoskins. Runners aboard at first and third, 2 down. Schwarber stares out. The 3-1 pitch. Line drive, base hit into right field. Rippling its way up the line. Guthrie is in to score to tie the game. It's 3-3 on an RBI base hit by Kyle Schwarber. Four straight singles for the Phillies. A 3-run 8th. Pearling stands at third with a go-ahead run. Schwarber drives home his 85th of the year. And now time is called. What do we got? A review probably at first. We didn't hear it, but I could read the lips of the umpire. And first base was definitely said. So we'll check in New York. And they'll replay the back pick from Jackie Bradley Jr. over at first base. Did Vladimir Guerrero Jr. get the tag down on Schwarber? Blue Jays desperately want that third out. Schwarber fell shy of the bag and then went pawing for the backside of the cushion. When Vladdy's tag went down on the extended right arm. That certainly is giving this game pause just to calm down everything. Well, the umpires are looking back towards the press box, which you're supposed to do when a call is about ready to be made, or at least a decision relayed from New York. We're in the 8th, a brand new ball game. After the first 7 were scoreless, now we're 3-3 with all 6 combined runs split evenly here in this frame. New York is still checking in on this one. Here we go. We'll get our call. What do we think?
The runner is safe.
Phillies are happy about that. The call stands. Runner is safe at first, so Schwarber survives. It was certainly a moment of panic for the Philadelphia left fielder after delivered an RBI single to tie the game 3-3 here in the 8th. He took a big turn around the bag at first. The throw came to Vladimir Guerrero Jr., and he had to hustle back. Fell a little bit shy with his extended hand, but then found the bag. And it continues for Rhys Hoskins. Go-ahead run leads at third. Runner from first takes off. A slider taken low by Hoskins. Schwarber advances uncontested. His 8th stolen base of the year. Jimmy Garcia coughed it up at the start of this 8th inning. Now Romano exhales the 1-0. Hoskins takes a called strike. Four-seam fastball at 97 miles an hour. Ahead in the 9th for the Blue Jays, where it started in the 8th. 9 men came to the plate. So Whit Merrifield will lead it off, and then George Springer and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. 1-1. Fastball zips over for a called strike, and it's 1-2. Perhaps Hoskins watched the scouting report that the Baltimore Orioles had on Jordan Romano and his heavy usage of sliders. He just took 2 center-cut fastballs. Now he asks for time. Go-ahead run leads away at third. That's Matt Vierling. Schwarber behind him at second. The 1-2 to Hoskins. Swinging a hard ground ball out to shortstop. Picked up by Bichette. He's got it on to first in time to retire the side and keep the ball game tied. The Blue Jays certainly didn't expect this coming in the 8th with Jimmy Garcia and Jordan Romano, 2 of their most trusted high-leverage arms, who allowed 3 runs to the Phillies and force a tie game in the 9th. 3-3. This is Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This September, Chicago Gourmet is going Uberboard. Join host Chef Sarah Gruenberg for Prost in the Park, a new Oktoberfest-style event with chef takes on classic German delights, Uba bands, fun cocktails, and delicious craft beer. From familiar favorites to a big collection of local craft breweries, get ready to toast at this Sunday Fun Day on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Prost in the Park, Sunday, September 25th. Tickets at chicagogourmet.org. Presented by Performance Food Service.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
What would you do with an extra 20 hours a week? How about 40? Get part-time or full-time help with a virtual assistant from The Room. Trusted by entrepreneurs, executives, even busy families. The Room's virtual assistants are trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Work smarter, delegate more, and get your time back. You have a lot more programs to listen to. Visit trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Strike three called. A high fastball called strike three to finish the ball game.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan.
What a wild eighth inning from our Crown Rust Protection broadcast booth here in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania tonight, where we're tied 3-3. Vladdy did it with one swing of the bat, making it 3-0 Toronto, and then 4 consecutive singles by the Philadelphia Phillies, able to not only erase the deficit but tie the game. Jordan Romano came in and at least stopped the bleeding for the Blue Jays that started with Jimmy Garcia on the hill. He allowed the leadoff home run to JT Realmuto, and then with 2 down, that's when the singles started to strike. Gene Segura, Dalton Guthrie, Matt Vierling, and a game-tying RBI single from Kyle Schwarber, knotting it up 3-3. That forces a pitching change, and David Robertson coming aboard for the Phillies. Protect your vehicle with Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Book your appointment today. Crown, protect, maintain, save. But Merrifield looks at the veteran right-hander whose pitch is low, ball 1. Robertson aboard, courtesy of Certainteed Pro all the way. Now 37 years of age. After Leonard Skinner dies off the speakers, the Alabama native takes down and in. And it's 1 ball, now to 2 balls and no strikes on Merrifield. With the number 9 hitter is 1 for 3 tonight. The 2-0. Fastball's outside from the right-hander. Now 3 balls and no strikes. And here comes that angst from the Philly fan once again. (3-0) Inside, ball 4. Hello. A leadoff walk. It was Witt's single that started off the 3-run 8th. George Springer tonight has been aboard twice. He singled in the 6th and then hit that ball that was botched by Stott out near second base. Springer got on with the fielder's choice, so he's officially 1 for 4. The pitch by Robertson popped over the first base dugout for strike 1. 3-3 game, top of the 9th. Moved towards first, and Witt was standing on the bag. But his 16 out of 20 in stolen base attempts in between his time in Kansas City and with Toronto. He dances away from first. Springer takes a slider low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Witt's got some happy feet. A couple of quick shuffle steps away from first. See if he can break the attention of David Robertson away from one of the game's biggest threats in George Springer. The 1-1. Fastball's low. 2 balls and 1 strike on Springer. Springer with 21 home runs. 7th time in his outstanding career that Springer has passed 20 or more home runs in a given season. The pitch. Check swing. Did he go? He did. He knew it too. Offered at the curveball, unleashed by Robertson. It is 2 balls and 2 strikes. 3-3 game, nobody out. Go-ahead run stands at first. Springer swings it, he corks it up the left field line, hooks it off into the screen above the tarp. 2 balls and 2 strikes on George. How the emotions of this game can change in just one big swing. Or, in the case of the Phillies, 5 of them. From a 3-0 deficit and watching their bullpen unravel again. Including issuing 3 straight walks in the 8th. A move towards first by Robertson. And Merrifield is less than a yard away from first base. That's too much credit, actually. I mean, he might be the length of his Nike away from first base. 2-2. Springer taps it away, foul at the plate. Good speed at first with Witt. He breaks. No, he stops. Springer swings and fouls it away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Merrifield's this little jitterbug over at first base. He's had the shuffle steps. He's had the juke steps. He's had the start and stop. All just trying to disrupt the rhythm of Robertson on the mound. The Philly right-hander stares in. The pitch to Springer, pulled foul. 2 balls and 2 strikes on George. A leadoff walk here in the 9th. That's the go-ahead run. Blue Jays last night scored in 8 of their 9 at-bats. So far, they scored in the 8th. And now they're in their 9th at-bat. 2-2. Ground ball up the middle of the diamond. Out to Stott. He's got it. Takes it to the bag himself. Throws to first in time. Double play. Went unassisted to second. And then he unleashed a throw to first base. Wow. He wanted to make sure he got both outs all on his own. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. greeted with boos here in Philly after launching a 111-mile-per-hour home run into the seats and left his last time at the plate. Home run number 30 for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. And now 301 for the 23-year-old driven in at his major league career. Robertson stares in. Here's the pitch. Guerrero looks at a pitch that bounces in the dirt. A season that started in Chicago with the Cubs. Robertson picked up 14 saves. He successfully turned in 6 out of 8 with Philadelphia. Not a safe situation, but of course, big leverage against the top third of this Toronto lineup. The 1-0. Guerrero pulls it foul outside third base. 1 ball and 1 strike on Vladdy. Guerrero steps out. Robertson, 37 years of age, looking professional with that clean shave. The 1-1, fouled back. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Last of the 9th inning, it'll be Bryce Harper, JT Realmuto, and Alec Baum. 3, 4, and 5 in the Phillies order. Blue Jays have 2 down to the 9th. The 1-2, Guerrero takes outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. That'll calm the crowd down just a little bit. No assists from Mother Nature coming tonight. It is very still here in Philly. clear, but certainly not calm for anybody. A 3-3 game. The 2-2. Guerrero hits it up the middle. Second bounce, flagged by Stott. He's got it on to first. That'll retire the side. Robertson issues a leadoff walk, gets a double play ball, gets Guerrero to bounce out, faces the minimum in the ninth. Last of the ninth is next, a 3-3 game here in Philly. Romano's back on the bump to face Bryce Harper right after this. Blue Jays baseball served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Baseball is in.
This September, Chicago Gourmet is going Uberboard. Join host Chef Sarah Gruenberg for Prost in the Park, a new Oktoberfest-style event with chef takes on classic German delights, Uba bands, fun cocktails, and delicious craft beer. From familiar favorites to a big collection of local craft breweries, get ready to toast at this Sunday Fun Day on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Prost in the Park, Sunday, September 25th. Tickets at ChicagoGourmet.org. Presented by Performance Food Service.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
Work.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball, served up by the always game-ready Jack Link's Meat Snacks. I'm Show Ali at Baseball Control in downtown Toronto. Jays and Phillies tied at 3 as we head to bottom 9. Don't forget, Jays Talk follows after the final out. Blair and Barker will stick around and take your calls and texts today. 590-590 is the text line. Name and location, please. Blair will also throw out the numbers to call after the final out. Some finals on that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Baltimore crushing Detroit 8-1. Kyle Stowers hitting a 2-run bomb into the bullpen for the O's. He added an RBI for a 3-run day. Astros at Rays. Houston beating Tampa 5-2. Kyle Tucker crushing a 2-run bomb for the Astros. Martin Maldonado hitting a home run as well. Isak Paredes going deep for the Tampa Bay Rays. It's a quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, served up by the always game-ready Jack Link's Meat Snacks. Let's get you back down to Citizens Bank Park in Philly. Here's Ben Wagner with the call of the 9th inning.
What a showdown we have to lead off this home 9th inning in Philadelphia. The reigning National League MVP in Bryce Harper leads off a 3-3 game at the bottom of the 9th. Philly fans ready to go full throat. One of the best closers in the American League, Jordan Romano, rocks Sandy fires. And the first pitch, a fastball up and out, ball 1. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. cleared out some of the 29,000 here in Philadelphia with his 3-run home run in the top of the 8th. The Phillies answered back with 3 of their own in the home half. JT Realmuto started it with a leadoff home run. Realmuto stands out on deck. Harper with 17 home runs on the year. He's had a quiet series against the Blue Jays. The 1-0. Fastball, center cut, a called strike, and it's 1-1. Harper tonight is 0 for 4. Couple of strikeouts. Left-handed hitter looking out. The pitch. A fastball on the outside corner. Strike 2 is called. One ball and 2 strikes. A 2-time MVP. Harper stares out. Romano brings home the 1-2, and it's fouled away to the left. 1 ball and 2 strikes. "35 home runs a season ago for Bryce Harper. He led baseball with 42 doubles as well and drove in 84. An OPS that was tops in the game at 1044. This year at 921 OPS. A season disrupted with a broken bone in his hand after being hit by a pitch at the end of June. His 21st game back off the injured list. Harper leading off the ninth. The 1-2, up and out. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Diamond tilted off to the right. Blue Jays didn't shift with Kevin Gausman facing Bryce Harper earlier tonight. They will shift with Romano throwing to Harper here. The 2-2. Ground ball into the teeth of the shift. Second bounce flagged by Bichette. Trotting towards first base. Moves the throw to first. Harper's retired to lead off the ninth. One down in a 3-3 game. If this game gets bumped to the 10th, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. would be the automatic runner at second base, and Bo Bichette would lead off the 10th inning. Here in the ninth, it's JT Realmuto. Realmuto launched his 21st of the season. That got the Phillies on the board, leading off the 8th inning. The pitch. Fastball missed inside at 98 miles an hour. That's ball 1. Realmuto, the 5th catcher in Phillies history to have 2 20 or more homer seasons. 1-0. That's low. 2 balls and no strikes. One of them, Mike Lieberthal, somebody we talked about earlier, and Darren Dalton, who had back-to-back 20 seasons in 1992 and 1993. Darren Dalton hit 27 in 1992 for his career best. Followed it up in 93 with 24. The 2-0. Zips over for a called strike, and it's 2-1. Of course, we mentioned Darren Dalton. He was at the plate when Mitch Williams dealt that decisive pitch into the bat of Joe Carter, and he won the World Series for the Blue Jays in 93. 2-1 to Realmuto. Ground ball out to Bichette. He's got it. Throws to first. 2 out. Two down in the ninth, the 3-3 game. Alec Baum, the batter. Blue Jays have played in 13 extra inning games this year. They're 1 game above 500 at 7-6. Andrew Bellotti, the right-hander that was loosening earlier for the Phillies, he's up for the second time. Baum, the big right-handed batter. The pitch by Romano, drubbed out a play to the right. That's strike 1 on Baum. Three 3 game, bottom 9. Blue Jays have been walked off 6 times this season. They're trying to prevent that in the ninth. Nobody on, 2 out, the 0-1. Out of play on the line to the right. No balls and 2 strikes on Baum. Oh, 2, tapped away foul at the plate. Just got a piece of the slider to stay alive. Vladdy's 3-run home run, the only scoring tonight for Toronto. Realmuto solo home run, and then 4 straight singles, able to knot it up in the 8th. 0-2, thrown to the backstop. Wow, reaching back for a lot there. Romano airmailed it at 97 miles an hour out of the reach of Kirk. We never see Jordan miss like that. Infield back. Outfield banked off towards right a little bit, expecting Baum, if he hits anything in the air, to go towards right center field. 1-2. Ground ball off to the right side. Biggio smothering stop from the outfield grass. Throws to first in time to retire Baum and the Phillies in the ninth, who go down on the ground against Romano. 1, 2, 3. We're going to the 10th for the 14th time this season. The Blue Jays go to extra innings. It's a 3-3 game here in Philly. This is Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This game tip.
This September, Chicago Gourmet is going Uberboard. Join host Chef Sarah Gruenberg for Prost in the Park, a new Oktoberfest-style event with chef takes on classic German delights, Upa bands, fun cocktails, and delicious craft beer. From familiar favorites to a big collection of local craft breweries, get ready to toast at this Sunday Fun Day on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Prost in the Park, Sunday, September 25th. Tickets at chicagogourmet.org. Presented by Performance Food Service.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
What would you do with an extra 20 hours a week? How about 40? Get part-time or full-time help with a virtual assistant from The Room. Trusted by entrepreneurs, executives, even busy families. The Room's virtual assistants are trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Work smarter, delegate more, and get your time back. You have a listen to. Visit trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
Ball served up by the always game-ready Jack Link's Meat Snacks. Joe Alley at Baseball Control in downtown Toronto. Game still tied at 3 as we head to the top of the 10th inning. Extras in Philadelphia. Quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Current action, Guardians at White Sox. Cleveland leading 8-2 over Chicago so far. They look to increase their lead atop the AL Central. Mariners at A's, 0s so far. Robbie Ray pitching for Seattle. James Caprillion for Oakland. That's a quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball, served up by the always game-ready Jack Link's Meat Snacks. 10th inning in Philly. Back to Citizens Bank Park we go. Here's our very own Ben Wagner with a call of the game.
All right, thanks so much, Joe. A 3-3 ball game. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is the one to strike for the Blue Jays, his 30th of the year. Extended his hit streak. 14 straight games for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. with a base hit, and none were bigger than the one that he struck. That was the 3-run home run. Made it 3-0, and then the Blue Jays in the bottom half of the 8th inning watched the Phillies rally for 3 of their own. Muto with the leadoff home run. RBI base hit by Dalton Guthrie and Kyle Schwarber. Schwarber is the one that really stung the most. Pulled one into right field to tie the game. That's why we're in the 10th. Tied 3-3. Blue Jays are 7-6 in extra inning games this season. Bo Bichette will lead off this 10th against Andrew Bellotti. The pitching change brought to you by Certainteed Pro all the way. Big strikeout numbers for Bellotti. In 49 innings worth of work, he's struck out 72. He's also issued 22 walks and allowed 22 runs. 18 of them earned, with opponents hitting .228 against him. He meets one of the game's best right now. Bo Bichette enjoying a sizzling September. 2 for 4 at the plate tonight. A go-ahead run stands at second. Vladdy will work his lead away as the right-hander peers in. Had to adjust the pitch comm device. Now is ready. Vladdy gets a big lead at second. The pitch to Bo. Swinging a hard ground ball out to the shortstop. Backhanded pickup by Stott. Long throw. On time at first base. 1 down. Blue Jays Phillies tied 3-3. There's Alejandro Kirk. 3 hits last night. 1 for 3 with a walk tonight. 15 for his last 41 at the dish. Vlade adjusts the jersey just a little bit. Tugs on the buttons, then the back of the collar. 31-year-old now asks for time. It looks like he's got trouble with the pitch-com device. Vlade was fiddling with it when he came into the ball game, and I asked Danny Jansen about this a couple of days ago. I said, Jano, it's always disruptive when a guy walks in from the bullpen and then does his warm-up pitches. After all that, he does his little dance, get it ready for the action. I said, then all of a sudden he points at his cap, and I said, why does nobody make sure this thing is on? I said, what's the big holdup here usually? And he said, volume. Actually, the difference here between somebody getting ready to go and then being ready to go is usually the volume, for whatever reason, is turned way down on the pitch comm devices. So when a guy jogs in, he's got the pitch comm device tucked in the ribbing of the cap, and he expects to hear something, and then all of a sudden it's disrupted and the game gets delayed. Not sure what the matter of fact was there, but a new pitch-com device resting the cap of Vlade. Now he's ready to throw to Alejandro Kirk. The pitch inside, ball 1. A 3-3 game in the 10th. Long hold. 1-0. Kirk takes low. 2 balls and no strikes. Rays were knocked off tonight, 5-2. Next stop for the Blue Jays tomorrow. The 2-0. Kirk hits it out of play up the right field line. 2 balls and 1 strike. Kevin Cash announcing after the ball game, JT Chagua will open up for the Tampa Bay Rays tomorrow against Jose Barrios. Ryan Yarbrough, and we've seen this song and dance from the Rays before, expected to work the bulk innings. Runner at second, 1 out. The 2-1 inside. 3 balls and 1 strike. Now Vlade, who in between pitches, does an update on his thesis. Now he gets ready to go. Ponders and deals. Outside, ball 4. Blue Jays have 2 on with 1 down. A 3-3 game in the 10th. Bradley Zimmer will pinch run for Alejandro Kirk. This is interesting because the Blue Jays use Danny Jansen, so that means Gabriel Moreno will be the catcher in the 10th when the Phillies go to the plate. Matt Chapman, the batter. Blue Jays waited through 7 innings of shutout baseball combined with the Phillies tonight before a big swing. Can Chapman deliver here? He swings and fouls the pitch away off to the right side. That'll float off to the second deck. Blue Jays had him headed out of the turnstiles earlier tonight, but renewed life with the rally from the Phillies in the bottom of the 8th inning. Oh, 1 inside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Vladdy's the go-ahead run at second. He's drifting a large lead. Surveys where the defense is behind him and around him. Peeking past both shoulders. Now the 1-1 to Chapman. Inside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Vladdy's come into this ball game. He's thrown 9 pitches and only 3 strikes. Vladdy, the lead runner at second. Bradley Zimmer with outstanding speed. He's at first. Chapman waits. The 2-1. Swing and a miss. And it's 2-2. Extra innings. A 3-3 game in Philly. Runners at the ready. And the 2-2 to Chapman. Swinging a high fly ball. Yanked up the left field line. A towering shot, but foul. Oh, man, was Matt Chapman ever leaning on one there? Took it a section foul up the line and left. Adam Simber will be the pitcher for the Blue Jays in the 10th. Zimmer and Guerrero are ready. First and second for Toronto, 1 out. And the 2-2 pitch. Low, ball 3. That will move the count full. Tonight's ball game has gone 4 hours in distance. A 3-3 game. Phillies about hit the Blue Jays 11-7. Chapman stares out. 3-2. Outside, ball 4. Consecutive walks issued by Bellotti. We mentioned the strikeouts. We mentioned the walks. Bellotti's issued a pair of free passes to give him 24 and 49 1/3 of relief. And here comes the pitching coach out to deliver the message of throw strikes. The bases are loaded for Toronto. 1 out here in the 10th. Blue Jays will be arriving with the sun over the Gulf of Mexico by the time the wheels hit the ground in St. Petersburg. A 3-3 game. And a huge 4-game series in front of the Blue Jays that starts tomorrow night. Pitching will be decided after this way. They know Jose Barrios gets the opener, the first of 4 against Tampa Bay. Mitch White, Alek Manoah, a flip or a flop between those two. And then everybody falls in order afterwards. Bases loaded for Teoscar Hernandez. A 4-hit night last night. 0 for 3 with a walk tonight. Hernandez will try to keep it off the ground with the infield playing halfway. Sacks are packed. Bellotti kicks and comes home. Hernandez takes low, ball 1. Guerrero the go-ahead run. Zimmer and Chapman aboard behind him. One down in the 10th. The 1-0. Blowing away. Ball 2. A very uneasy feeling all night here at Citizens Bank Park by Philly fans. Go-ahead run 90 feet away. Lottie ready. Hernandez and the 2-0, swing and a miss. Boy, he was thinking about something else. He chased a ball. That pitch was very low. Lottie went with that slider, and it was headed towards the center of the plate, but I mean, that was very low. Hernandez exhales. Every runner with a big lead. The 2-1. On the inside corner with the backup slider, even the count at 2-2. Zach Wheeler, Noah Syndergaard combined to throw the first 6 for Philly tonight. It's been the bullpen for the majority of the evening for the Phils. Kevin Gausman fired a 5-hit shutout through the first 6. 3-3 game of the 10th. 1 out, bases loaded. And a 2-2 pitch coming to Teoscar Hernandez. Hernandez fouls it back. Blue Jays not pacing where they've been over their last 18 games on the road, where they have posted 15 wins, averaging over 6 runs per outing, outscoring their opponents by 45 runs. They'd love to cash in on some of that risky business. Runners in scoring position, a 273 clip. Bases loaded. Hernandez trying to deliver here in the 10th. And the pitch. Swinging a line drive, caught by Segura at second base, lunges out to second to double off the Blue Jays and retire the side. Oh man, Teoscar Hernandez hit a frozen rope right to Gene Segura, the second baseman, who just fell over on top of second base with the glove. He stayed with a blistering line drive in the middle of the diamond. He fought it the entire way and then just lunges out towards second, landing on top of the base for an inning-ending double play. A deflating moment for the Blue Jays here in the 10th inning. After the bases were loaded and just 1 out. Last of the 10th is next. A 3-3 game here in Philly. This is Blue Jays baseball served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This September, Chicago Gourmet is going Uberboard. Join host Chef Sarah Gruenberg for Prost in the Park, a new Oktoberfest-style event with chef takes on classic German delights, Upa bands, fun cocktails, and delicious craft beer. From familiar favorites to a big collection of local craft breweries, get ready to toast at this Sunday Fun Day on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Prost in the Park, Sunday, September 25th. Tickets at chicagogourmet.org. Presented by Performance Food Service.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
On the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Ali with you at Baseball Control in downtown Toronto. Jays and Phillies still tied at 3 as we head to the bottom of the 10th inning. Don't forget, Jays Talk still follows after the final out. Blair and Barker are having some coffee, I'm sure. They'll take your calls and texts. 590-590 is the text line. Name and location, please. Blair will also throw the numbers to call after the final out. Quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Tigers at O's, Baltimore crushing Detroit 8-1. Kyle Stowers with a 3 RBI day. Guardians at White Sox, they wrap up. Cleveland wraps up a big 8-2 win over Chicago. They increase their lead atop the AL Central to 5 games. Adam Simber on the mound for the Blue Jays. Let's get you back down to Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia. Here's our very own Ben Wagner with the call of the bottom of the 10th inning.
A 105-mile-an-hour line drive screaming at Gene Segura, who fought it the entire way, looked stunned when it nestled into the pocket of his glove. Maybe the ball caught him, not him catching the baseball. The result was him tumbling towards second, the glove landing on the bag to double off Bradley Zimmer and snuff out the Blue Jays' 10th inning rally. Now it's the bottom of the 10th, a 3-3 game. Adam Simber on the mound, and at the plate, Bryson Stott squares around and pokes a bunt foul. Trying to move Jairo Munoz, the automatic runner at second base, over to third with the winning run. This pitching change for the Blue Jays is brought to you by Certainteed Pro all the way. Adam Simber in relief of Jordan Romano, who fired a 1-2-3 ground out ninth. And the pitch, Stott takes low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Gabriel Moreno, as we mentioned, behind the plate. The Blue Jays have used every member of their bench. Munoz, the pinch runner at second. Stott squares early, a bunt towards third. It's a good one. Chapman picks it up, throws to first. Biggio in coverage to get the out. And the winning run stands at third for the Phillies. Gene Segura comes to the plate. 1 for 3. And in the midst of that 3-run rally in the 8th, where the Phillies came all the way back to tie the ball game. Blue Jays ask for time. Whit Merrifield is jogging in from left field. He's going to exchange gloves. He wants the infield glove because the Blue Jays, for the second time this season, will use a 5-man infield. Whit, an everyday infielder for the majority of his career with Kansas City, has been deployed in a number of capacities with the Blue Jays. Turns around, looks at Luis Rivera for his infield assignment, and he'll play on the shortstop side in the middle of the diamond. A 5-man infield for the Blue Jays. 2 in the outfield. The winning run in Philly stands at third. Gene Segura at the plate. Simber deals, and the pitch is inside. Ball 1. The Phillies have 6 walk-off wins this season. One out, runner at third. A 3-3 game in the 10th. The pitch. Outside. 2 balls and no strikes on Segura. The rookie Dalton Guthrie is standing out on deck. And you've got the longtime major leaguer and Gene Segura at the plate. Righty on righty with Simber. Segura's in his 4th year with the Phillies. The 2-0. Inside and it hit him. Hit him with a fastball. That puts runners on the corners. Got him right on the pad of the back of the left arm. The Blue Jays looking off into the dugout. Now Luis Rivera continuing with his 5-man infield. Keeping Whit Merrifield slightly towards the shortstop side, away from second base. Infield drawn in, 2 in the outfield for Dalton Guthrie, who's had 2 tremendous at-bats tonight for the Phillies. Winning run still at third. The pitch inside, ball 1. Runner from first took off. Segura will advance on defensive indifference. One-0. Inside, 2 balls and no strikes. Two-0. Up and out, 3 balls and no strikes. First base is open. Matt Vierling is out on deck. Three and 0, you got to be careful. The winning run's at third. This is going to be quite the Houdini act if the Blue Jays get out of this baby. Now time called at the plate. The 3-0. Inside, ball 4. Bases loaded situation for the Phillies in the 10th. A 3-3 game. Guthrie, since entering this ball game for Nick Maton, has taken 2 walks and delivered an RBI single and scored one of the 3 runs that tied the game in the 8th for the Phillies. What a game for the rookie. 1 out, bases loaded. Pete Walker delivers a message to a drawn-in infield that's got a bonus infielder. And now Whit Merrifield will depart. That extra leather now goes out to left field. Traditional alignment with the infield that'll stay in for the Blue Jays. Chapman and Bichette on the left side. Biggio and Guerrero on the right. Outfield shortens up. The pitch to Vierling. Inside, ball 1. Adam Simber is having a little trouble finding the strike zone. He's thrown 11 pitches. 9 of them have been balls. Jairo Munoz, the pinch runner. The winning run at third. The 1-0. Ground ball foul, first base side. 1 ball and 1 strike on Vierling. Really was a tremendous night at the plate. Second-year major leaguer with a 4-hit night. Single to left, center, base hits in the 7th, and part of the rally in the 8th with a single. Infield and winning run at third for Philly. The pitch. Chopper in the middle of the diamond. That's through. A base hit, and they'll win the game. A 5-hit night. Matt Vierling delivers number 5. A game winner in the 10th. A 4-3 Philly win. A chopper that went off the plate and then found its way rolling up the middle of the diamond into center field. A ball that still is laying in the outfield grass as the Blue Jays depart, knocked off in extras, and a 4-3 walk-off win for the Philadelphia Phillies. They pick up their first win of the season against the Blue Jays. Philly snaps their 5-game losing streak. The Blue Jays fall to 84-65. Will pack their bags, hit the plane, and go to the Trop for a massive 4-game series against the Tampa Bay Rays that'll open up tomorrow night. We've got broadcast coverage beginning at 6:30 Eastern from St. Petersburg tomorrow evening with Jose Barrios getting the opener against JT Chagua, and then bulk work by Ryan Yarborough. Tough one for the Blue Jays tonight. 4-3 walk-off win for the Phils. We're back to talk about it, take you through the totals, our play of the game, and yes, Jeff Blair, Kevin Barker, they've got Blue Jays talk, and they need you as well. What is your reaction after this one, especially late? Your phone calls, texts, and tweets coming up in just a moment. Blue Jays baseball finishes up tonight. A 1-1 start to the trip here in Philadelphia. 4-3 Phillies. This is Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This game tip is brought to you by the always game-ready Jack Link's Meat Snacks. Stealing signs, bad.
What would you do with an extra 20 hours a week? How about 40? Get part-time or full-time help with a virtual assistant from The Room. Trusted by entrepreneurs, executives, even busy families. The Room's virtual assistants are trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Work smarter, delegate more, and get your time back. You have a lot more programs to listen to. Visit trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
Well, the tradition of Harry Callis belting out high hopes in the background after a Phillies win. It continues after a 10th inning walk-off win over the Blue Jays to split this short 2-game set here at Citizens Bank Park here tonight. The Blue Jays knocked off 4-3 with the loss. Toronto is now 84-65 on the season. The Phillies 81-67, and they keep their 2-game cushion away from the Milwaukee Brewers in the National League wild card race. Here are the totals in this one. Phillies with 4 runs, a dozen hits, and 1 error at the plate. 14 men left on base for Philadelphia, going 3 for 11 with runners in scoring position. The Blue Jays, 3 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors. 10 men left on base for the Blue Jays tonight, going 1 for 6 with runners in scoring position. Decisions given to the bullpen, with Jordan Romano blowing his 2nd consecutive save. 6th overall on the season. Adam Simber saddled with the loss. He moves to 10-6. Andrew Bellotti moves to 4-3, vulturing a win after 4 hours and 8 minutes that played out in front of 29,363. They certainly were thinned out after Vladimir Guerrero Jr. gave this game a score. A sizzling line drive to the seats in left field for his 30th of the year. After 7 innings of combined shutout work between the Phillies and the Blue Jays, broke open with Vladdy's 30th of the year and over 300 RBIs. He becomes the youngest player in franchise history, being homegrown to drive in 300 at 23 years of age. 3-run home run, had a 3-0 Toronto, but Gene Segura cut into that. A leadoff home run off of Jimmy Garcia in the 8th inning. And then with 2 outs, 4 straight singles by the Phillies, able to rally and tie the game. 3-3 through the 9th and then into the 10th. The Blue Jays with an opportunity, getting the bases loaded as Bellotti issues back-to-back walks, had them packed. Teoscar Hernandez hit a 105-mile-an-hour line drive in the middle of the diamond. The ball caught Gene Segura. He fought it the entire way, and then a stride away from second base, when plunging towards the bag, doubled off Bradley Zimmer, and the rally stopped. The Blue Jays doubled off and out of the 10th inning. That brought in Adam Simber in the 10th. The automatic runner, Jairo Munoz, were sacrificed on a bunt over to third base. Gene Segura was hit by a pitch. He advanced to second on a steal, and then a walk issued to Dalton Guthrie. That loaded the bases, and Matt Vierling stepped in. Infield and winning run at third for Philly. The pitch. Chopper in the middle of the diamond. That's through. A base hit, and they're winning the game. A 5-hit night. Matt Vierling delivers number 5. A game winner in the 10th. A 4-3 Philly win. A chopper that went off the plate and then found its way rolling up the middle of the diamond into center field. A ball that still is laying in the outfield grass as the Blue Jays depart. Knocked off in extras. And a 4-3 walk-off win for the Philadelphia Phillies. Just a deflating loss with the Toronto Blue Jays here tonight in extra innings. So many opportunities throughout this ball game, just could not deliver with a big hit outside of Vladimir Guerrero Jr.'s 3-run home run. Big homestand for the Phillies continues. Atlanta will enter for a 4-game series that starts tomorrow night against the Phillies here at Citizens Bank Park. Big road trip for Toronto continues with a 4-gamer against the